once I have a second phone and I have access to chat, to Discord, to voice calls, to Omegle, to pretty much it's the next step in my life because there's nothing I can do on my phone while I'm recording. I'm here just waiting for. I still have ideas. George Martin says that he's going to stop writing novels when he stops getting ideas because then he'll say God is done with him. And I'm getting flooded with ideas, and the more blissful and perfect the ideas, the more immediate the police show up. I don't know, I just don't get it, man. The only way I can get it is if it's a Truman Show. From everything that I've seen in my life with my scientific genius mind, the only way I can make sense of this is if it's all planned to be this way by a cosmic entity, and that it's a grander system than we can comprehend that I'm starting to get. You understand me? So I'm just waiting to see who pops in the chat, man. I'm up at night. I'm awake at night. I can't do anything during the day. You know why? Because there are people out there that fucking bother me all day, guys. All day. From when I wake up to when I go to sleep. If I'm active during the day, I am basically verbally and spiritually assaulted the whole time. To the point that I have to keep I don't go into public unless my phone is charged. Yeah, I feel bad I took that house from those rats, but you know, it was gonna happen, man. I don't know how old rats can be. If that was their first winter and I took it and they died, I feel bad. I could go put it back, but I think somebody else would have dislodged it and taken a look at it. It's okay. I'm not even sure if I'll I mean, if nobody... These lives I might keep for 24 hours. I'm really concerned that I get 5 likes but 50 views. Because this is like a small community. I'm still filling up rooms. You know, I'm filling up rooms. I'm holding sermons that could fill up rooms right now. You understand? You know what I'm saying? But to have so many viewers but so little supporters concerns me, where my narrative or my story is pretty much kind of the Lone Ranger against a horde of enemies. So when I'm racking up 100 views, so 100 of my subscribers tune in, but 5 of them it makes me think, you know, every town that I go to, they know about my YouTube channel and they know who I am. So I'm kind of worried that there's a lot of fat, drug addict, 40-year-old cops that are very sexually unsatisfied and extremely depressed, and that's causing them to ruminate in demonic, devilish energy until they get violent and come at me. And that's why, you know, their patrol route seems to completely shift to my live stream schedule. So I got nothing better to do, man. I purposefully changed the day that I live stream and the location of my live stream to see if they would show up, and they do. You want to see them? This is a simulation, bro. It's gotta be. For what reason? Like, why are they so angry? I did nothing to them. They hurt me. I'm a victim. Isn't that crazy? I'm a victim from them. That was one of the smaller cop cars. They have ain't nobody driving a Dodge Charger this late at night if it's not a patrol officer. So I was telling whoever, if you guys are, are tuning in now, there is 5 people in the chat, according to my phone. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Oh god. So yeah, I've been baiting them. I just been fucking with them. So the police came in. I changed where my live stream is, and I changed the time of night that I live stream to see if these guys that watch my channel but don't like are the police. And sure enough, I did it 2 nights in a row to make sure that they knew that this might have been a reoccurring thing. And then I didn't go live, but the exact time I go live, and then I walk down the street, and they are, and they showed up, which means that there's probably one of them in the chat. They're probably watching, and they have no real reason to, other than they've got very bad mental health issues, and I've exposed something about them that they thought would never come to light, which is that they confiscate drugs and do them, which is that they solicit sexual favors for bogus charges. Think about that. So there's cops here that make up crimes against women that they want to sleep with. Once they think they have them trapped, they give them a way out sexually. So that was coincidentally the cop that's been harassing me for 2 years, that ripped my car door open 2 years ago, that swerved his car at me last year. I was in a parking lot and he'd speed by. But his name was Ethan. I think it was my mom. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was my mom. It was the all caps. It wasn't the crow. It was the all caps that got me. Because I know my mom in my mom's mind, she wanted me to read it as crow. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, it's just the only way to get them help is to get them off the job. They got to leave the force. And they probably deserve jail time. I ain't gonna lie. Now, I remember you because your name looks like a sneeze. I'm sure every time you come here, you're sick of me saying your name looks like a sneeze. But it does. Okay, we did the intro. Now we're going to go on the journey. We did the intro. We got the cop showing up, knowing that he was watching my channel. And then when I called him out, he left my chat. So the night patrol officer is subscribed with the notification bell on, just doing nothing. So we got him. Now we need well, shit. You know how Casey videos go. It's not a Casey video if it doesn't get a little crazy, so be prepared for anything. It was pretty cool that the guy is back. Basically, I really just want to get my notebook out and my pen. And I want to show you guys something tomorrow, which means I have to have my phone charged. Because tomorrow's Friday. I'm at $60 because I've been buying McDonald's. I gave myself a final... You know what, though? I found an infinite money glitch at McDonald's. If anyone's interested. Like the video. When we get to 10 likes, I'll share my secret money glitch I found at McDonald's that just got me $100 worth of points on the app. And I might share it. So this is always terrifying. Would you go here? Would you walk into this in the middle of the night? After everything we've been through, would you guys walk through here in the middle of the night after everything that we've been through on the channel? Or would you guys be so fucking terrified to go the first step into the darkness alone where there's nobody for miles? Right? After everything we've been through, remember all the shit that I've told you about what I've seen in the forest? How crazy must I be to continue to go? Holy shit. Because I've seen shit that I don't even want to speak about. But we're out here, barbecue sauce all over. Usually, like, every time I come here, my soul tells me we need to start walking this way. Oh God, did you hear that? It is what it is, man. Not yet. Not tonight, but I also haven't been here. I know that my tent's always a little bit moved, and I don't like that. So what I do is I sit my ass down so I can see what's around me before I get into the tent. Then I get in the tent, and then we're in. And then I have access to fire, which makes me think that I might have some type of defense. So then I run it, even though it's hella expensive and I can't afford it. I'd be running my heater all the time. Quick update for everybody. With this, what the fuck? Shouldn't look like that. Ow, bitch! That hurt a little bit. When you pull it back, fuck you, give me all your money. Give me all your goddamn money, bitch. This right here, I think, is to adjust the velocity and the aim. Somehow. I think it was shooting up because I was fucking with it like that. No diddy. The ops ain't gonna slide on me. Bigfoot's got a... I don't want to... I'm not calling out Bigfoot. I don't know what they are. I don't know if I have the upper hand. But yeah, so when I was in 4th grade, I had this stuff on. Made it with me. He froze to death like 2 weeks ago, but I still keep him around. I'm a ladies' man too. What else? We want this? No, we want this. And then we want... I don't have any fucking energy drinks. Holy shit, I don't even have an energy drink. Look at how many fucking notebooks I have. Look, I have all these. This is all my court papers. These are my notebooks that I don't use because I'm in a constant state of mental anguish. But then I have these, which I'm working on thawing out. It's made it through like 6 different storms, and the only way that I think that I'm gonna be able to get through to these is if I let it thaw and dry, because look, these are frozen solid and covered in water. They were completely drenched in water and then froze on the inside. But it's got like 100 songs in there that are priceless. It's got my favorite songs in there. Should we get Dr. Topper? My girl just got a PhD. All right, now we're gonna get out. Wait. I can't believe you guys didn't remind me. Oh yeah, 10 likes and I'll share with you how to get infinite points on McDonald's. I found a secret to get infinite money on the McDonald's app so you can get free food forever. If it gets 10 likes, I'll share it. It's pretty simple. What the fuck? Why is there barbecue sauce on my notebook? Are you guys hungry? I'll feed it to my dead dog. I've been trying to get it. Should I get a dog, guys? I live out in freezing cold and I'm homeless. But I'm on all these different dog rehoming pages and they keep circling the same 6 dogs. There's this amazing, beautiful dog that has a beautiful name that's would fit well with me. If my life was a movie, he'd make a good side character. And he's a good-looking dog. Holiday Hog Holiday Nog. I'm not trying to have a holiday hog. Yeah, this dog comes in like 3 times a month. This guy's trying to get rid of his dog. He has no takers, and he's in a legal battle with the actual owner of the dog that was abusing it. And that owner that was abusing the dog is trying to get the dog. And I'm like, just bring it up to Vermont, and I'll take care of him. And he'll be my friend. I'm lying to him. I say I have 10 acres, which I don't, but I know where to go to 10 acres where no one will kick me off until I get enough subscribers that the police will show up. Because they're bored and sexually unsatisfied, and for some reason I'm a hot topic around the state of Vermont. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm pretty popular. Everyone loves to talk shit about me. You know why? Because they're afraid to realize that in the Middle East right now, in the places that we think are full of sand people, like in Star Wars, they're building a building that can house enough room to put 20 Empire State Buildings in a perfect square. Can you imagine that? So I'm not in a city. I think I went to the Empire State Building, maybe passing by, and it just felt like a weird dream to be in a city. I couldn't feel any trees, so nothing made sense to me. The further I get away from trees, the less I feel like I exist. But I can go to a zoo, and all the animals come right up to me. I'm gonna put the thumbnail of this video as me. There was a sloth that didn't like anybody at the Southwick Zoo in Massachusetts. And I just walked up to it, and I felt like me and the sloth were the only thing that existed. And the sloth looked at me and was like, "What the fuck? One of us." And he grabbed my hand and he wouldn't let it go. And he was looking at me like, "Let me out." And he kept looking at the owners and then making like a, and he would look at me like, take me from this zoo." And everyone was like, "That sloth's gonna bite you." And I'm like, "It's not. No, it's not. It's not gonna bite me." Who are you all? You took in a stray once? Well, a lot of people saw me as a stray. I've never seen a stray dog out in the wild. I've seen a lot of stray cats. Crow. Okay. So I went and bought something, guys. Are you ready to see what I bought? I think it's kind of funny if it makes you laugh. I just keep it with me when they try to bother me. If anything happens, I'm gonna lift the tent up and put it on the tent. I just carry it with me sometimes. I've been designing a lot of merch, but I don't have a computer. A computer costs like $1,000. And I don't trust that the people in my environment are not like Truman Show simulation MK Ultra handlers. Because the people I meet, you guys seem not very crazy. You guys seem normal. When I have conversations with you, you seem like funny people, fun guys that are living life, and you are real. When I talk to strangers out in public, every single day it's like I'm wandering through like a Skyrim game, and the AI is still wonky. They haven't fully figured out how to make the AI work. So I walk through public and talk to people, and it's just a constant cycling of different AI NPCs. So like when someone walks up to me and sits down, and he starts to say, "You know what would be a really cool," and he's my age, he's 25, and he's like a fat autistic guy. And I'm gonna point it at my face. And he walks up, but he's standing next to me. The whole McDonald's is empty. There's a couple, like an old woman and her granddaughter, that are sitting right here next to me, and they're small town Vermonters. I'm at the window looking at the mountains. It's morning. It's just us, and then this one guy that I keep sneezing for some reason. I started sneezing, and every time there's this autistic guy in the back that goes, "Bless you," and I'm like, "Thank you," and then he did it every single time. So I was like, "Okay, thank you, bless you." Then he walks up to this grandma and starts going off about how he makes jewelry. And he's doing it very autistically. And the grandma and the granddaughter are laughing at him because they're like, he's not like us. He's weird. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, that dude's not weird. He's going to be a millionaire. You guys don't understand the way we're on. You guys, to us, are peons. And I don't say it, but instead I talking about his jewelry business. So I was like, oh, yo, do you run it? And he's saying how successful he's gotten and that he sold a little piece of jewelry at a flea market for $400, and that he's gonna start teaching. There's like an even smaller town than this up the road, like 10 miles into the nothingness out there in the sticks. And there's like there's a little town where all the people out there congregate, and there's a lot of kids that are bored all day, and he's going to teach them arts and crafts and how to make the jewelry that he makes, and he makes a lot of money doing it. So I was like, yo, let me know. I do YouTube. Sometimes I can make upwards of, this much in donations if everyone's having a good day, but it's not like a business, but to show you that there is money in it if you just share your journey. And I think a lot of people would be more interested in your type of content, like ASMR, working with your hands with a live stream of making jewelry. But I sat down and talked to him for a time about all my ideas and all his ideas, and we got to the same. We were stacking on top of each other, and then eventually it got to a point where because I test people. I broke his programming a little bit by saying something that's a bit too out of this world for the universe to allow to inhabit a space without a reaction from the environment. Does that make sense to you guys? So eventually I can do something with my gifts as a 33 life path born in the 11th. Autistic, maybe loser, maybe savant, maybe retarded, maybe genius, maybe Casanova, maybe schizophrenic, I don't know. But there's sometimes I can do things that where I hold an emotion that causes the entire area to freak out, and they go on hive mind Agent Smith mode. Like when I tried to teach you guys how to escape into the 5th dimension, and immediately I was bum rushed by 2 gang stalkers in the Exalted video. And I'm sure farther back, I have a lot of content on my live streams in 2022 where I was making content that I was really hammering in. Like if I could teach you guys a mentorship course about how to do it, and I was really going deep. And then like 5 or 6 people in military uniforms showed up, and the whole McDonald's was empty, but they all piled around me, blocking me in the corner, and they were just eating really aggressively. Isn't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Ain't that nuts? And back then I looked like I was from the hood. Like I had the snapback on, I had the neck tattoo, I had short hair, I had a nice clothes. So there was no reason for him to really do it. Because I had a nice computer too. There was no reason for them to act that way towards me. Unless they found out I was making content about how to escape the Matrix, and maybe it wasn't real, or maybe it was like a targeted attack or something. So then I started fucking with them for a couple weeks. What was this? Oh yeah, but I said this thing that kind of broke him a little bit. Like I pushed the boundaries of existence. And then the ideas that he was spitting off were no longer his own, and he was just reiterating my ideas. So I had ideas for a clothing company and what I want for the clothes and how I want them to look. And I spent a lot of time thinking about it. So I broke reality, and then I think either this guy lost or broke his programming, or he was showing that he was also an empath, because he immediately started spouting off my ideas back to me. Like the stuff that comes to my head regularly started coming out of this guy's mouth. So and then everybody cleared out of the McDonald's and we were alone. Which happens to me a lot, where there's like a setting full of busy people, but then I achieve a certain state of consciousness and then everyone just walks away and I'm left completely alone. And then somebody walks up that I had previously identified in my subconscious as could be an MK Ultra handler. So it got to that point. Coincidentally, the last person was Ethan, and someone brought up Ethan in this. Smelly, stinky Ethan, the homeless weasel, the turncloak. We don't like Ethans, and we don't like Ethan. Ethan May was a slimy piece of shit that had the whole universe in his hands, and he chose crack just to spite me because he said he hated God. And I was like, that's the craziest thing I've ever dealt with in my life. You're fucking sick. He was like very obsessed about being an energy vampire and stealing my soul essence for God. And I'm like, if I hang out with you, I'm subject to the people that talk shit about me to believe that I am the image they have of me in their head because of how I look and how I sound. Like, if I hang out with you who's gone too far into it and you've gone completely bonkers, I might start believing you when you say that you stole my spiritual essence. Because he was starting to name things that I had created to help me through life. Like when you live with nothing, far away, and everyone's degraded you and beaten you into nothing, you survive by building yourself up. Or else you can't function. And everywhere you go, people topple you over. But with me, whatever I build is so beautiful that people want to rape it. So, but the things that I make in my mind, for my music videos, for my art, for my merch, for my music, for my TV shows, for my animation, for my YouTube videos, all this stuff that is floating around me that I want to use to create, and the things that I like that are special to me. The people that I've seen as energy vampires in the past, they'll start to say that they're taking that from me. They'll start to know, it's like they can go in and sort of see that I have these little creations, and they start to try to take it. And they'll tell me as they're doing it, and I'm feeling them do it, and they'll tell me they're doing it. And it feels like I'm alone in a Bitcoin mining farm and against something that doesn't like us, like we're trapped in a draconian matrix, and they're fucking with me. As like an experiment to see how much can Casey endure. How much can we torture him? As an experiment. So I'm hoping I chose to incarnate in this, and I chose it to be a challenge. As we're talking, I'm seeing these Archon draconian lizard fingers come through and try to take the light. I'm seeing it in my third eye. The hands of these entities. That don't like to be mentioned out loud, but it is what it is. You know, I every time I meditate, the police show up or the crows show up. So it just is what it is, man. So we're here on Earth. Where are we going with this? The guy was talking about my stuff again. It was one of those moments where he was talking about my stuff. So, you know, that's a universe. And then at the very end, it was revealed that his father's name is Bear. Isn't that crazy? Like Bear the cat that I saved, and Bear the dog that went missing, and then Bear the emblem that I wore on my chain, and then Bear the shirt that I got, and then Bear the other shirt that I got that had my album colors with California when I was planning on going to California. Bear, like the every year for the past 3 years I post bear meme. I was posting bear memes on my Instagram. That was like my theme, is like I'd post anything that I found, but I also like would post bear content of bears just having fun playing the harmonica or splashing around in the water. And I had a lot of bad bitches from around New England that would tune in every day to watch my bears. And then I took a break for a week off my phone this spring when I was in the car in the parking ride. Then I came back a week later, opened my phone, and now, remember the bear meme? Would you rather pick the guy in the forest or a bear? And the girls would pick the bear in the forest. I was a bear in the forest that was struggling with feeling like I was worthy of dating women. and then a girl took a picture of me at the college and said, "You're the bear. You're the bear meme," because of how my hair was. And there's a meme of a black bear with a backpack, and I had a backpack, and I was standing like the bear, and I have the long hair. So all that bear stuff, and then it turns out this kid's dad is Bear. And now I'm watching Khabib fights, and I was like, Khabib, I could tell by Khabib he was trying to embody the behavior of the bear spirit. And then it turns out Khabib grew up wrestling bears. So I've been watching a lot of McGregor and Khabib. And I want to do MMA, but people are saying if you're 25, it's too late to do MMA. But then the more that I'm looking into it, the more I'm like, when you get to that level of fame, it's probably scripted. Like, I saw a lot of these Khabib, McGregor, Diaz, Paddy fights, Paddy Pimblett. Not necessarily Pimblett, but like Cowboy, whatever Cowboy's name is. You can just see that they're pulling punches and they're performing. And then when the guy wins, and then Joe Rogan comes up and he even goes, like, he looks at the camera, he's like, that was a great performance. So I'm like, St. Casey found his way to greatness. Went deranged and fought a decade to be famous. Turns out it's all just simulation. They're just making it up. It's a Freemasonic cult. Look up Freemason Lion, Master Mason Lion, Lion, handshake. And then look up Trump Biden handshake. That's Trump showing the world that he is now a Master Mason. And those deal with, like, raping children, possessing children, using their body like a Sims game, escaping into higher dimensions of reality outside of your body, outside of space and time, where you leave this simulation and you go into other ones and you speak to a government that manages over all of us, like in the new Deadpool movie. So is it hard to believe that the other day I woke up from every time I have these massive dreams where I'm in another realm, and then I come back, and then I'm usually just trapped in the narrative that other gang stalkers have tried to force me into, like my mother. I'm trapped in these relationships that are torturous. But then I have a dream that's teaching me how to break out of it, like a spirit guide, where I wake up to a higher state of consciousness. And I'm usually, in the past, I was violence immediately. Warning after warning after warning that if you continue to operate this way, they're going to kill you. And this is, a lot of this personality is demonic spell work from family and friends that I didn't recognize was the case, that they ritualistically attacked me. And it took tarot readers to come in and then see it spiritually, because that's their job as psychics and mediums and spiritual workers, to identify what was happening. And then these things that I had struggled with, I was taught like a college from YouTube videos from people across the world. But when I woke up from this dream, let's see who's here. One person. There was a crow, or a bird, or a drone. It was something that was talking from a loudspeaker. I couldn't see the bird, but it was playing a video, so like a YouTube video, of a scene from a movie where the government agents descend on the guy and they go, "We have you surrounded." And then whatever it was, I heard it leave, and it sounded like it might have been flapping, but it could. There was a pause where I like assessed my surroundings. And then that happened. I appreciate it. Holy shit, ladies, man, if you want to do silversmithing, we could start to make some badass Celtic rings. And that's how you're part of the Casey Club, is if you have a badass Celtic ring. Custom unique stuff. I really want, the only way that I can see me providing any value to anybody, like if I wanted to make you guys money, it would be sharing with you my day trading strategies live. At the point that I got a computer and I was day trading in the morning, doing these 20-minute trades, which is the most efficient way, is just right when the market opens, you trade for 20 minutes and you can make $500. The next day you make $560.
Next day you make $60. Next day you lose $20. Or sometimes you lose $580. But then you get good at it because it's pretty simple. It's just stock is down, buy, stock is up, sell. You made money. That's all it is. You just get into options trading. You look for liquidity and higher timelines. You look for popularity amongst the meme communities. You learn to go to where the attention is, which is like different X community groups that deal with pumping and dumping. You look at hedge funds and you look at the big money and you just look at what they're going to buy. So just that one point where you have to know that one point where all these people are that are vocal about where their attention is drawn. And then you get into that stock right when you can feel that there's a little bubbly uptick, and then you just hold it until the bubbling is over, and then you pull out. That's pretty much all it is. It's just getting in before it buzz and all the intentions there, and then right when it's look at all this stuff, all this blah, 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 all this attention, all this energy, all this spiritual currency, all this money in the theoretical, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna take that back, thank you. That's what cryptocurrency is. You just stole all their money that they invested, all their time and energy, all their belief that it was going to go well, that they invested into this random theoretical stock. And because you got in early, you can now cash out their money. And then they're still in there hoping that other people will now throw in their money so that they can take it from those guys. And then those guys are now praying. So all crypto is that there's a bunch of people at the bottom that got in, and then they just slowly trickle out all the other people's money as the other people are now fighting and working together to boost it so that they can cash out until the top is just the lonely, sad loser that got in at the very end and didn't make it in time. Or the plebeians that don't understand crypto because crypto's a gaslighting lie. So the people that they fooled to throw their money in thinking it's a good investment, but then they're going to rug pull. I'm a genius! And all that stuff, I just held you a masterclass that people charge a lot of money for. And I learned that freezing outside in like -5 degrees in Randolph outside a train station, returning cans for 50 cents and then I turned $3 into $30. And then I was about to turn $250 into $2,500. I did it, and then my computer broke. And now it's just sitting over there in the cold in a backpack in maybe a mouse hole. No Diddy, but if that didn't happen, I wouldn't have found Vivek's cabin, and I wouldn't have gone on this amazing journey. I'm very quirky. Follow me on my stupid fucking journey. Follow me on my stupid fucking journey. I'm quirky. When it gets to 10 likes, I'm going to share the infinite McDonald's glitch. I feel like going on a walk to get a Black and Mild. Do we want to walk, guys? Do we go on a walk, or do we want to chill out and charge my phone? Should I go on a walk to get smokes, or should I just use these smokes in here? My headphones are about to die, but I don't really need them for anything. See, look how hard, eventually you're not even able to, without a plastic cover. 10 likes and I'm sharing an infinite McDonald's glitch. I figured out how to get infinite points on McDonald's. As long as you're in McDonald's and you've already purchased something, like a drink, there's a good chance that you can get, depending on the McDonald's and the workers there, that you can get infinite money. And you don't have to panhandle outside for a free sandwich. I figured it out, guys. I'm a genius. Actually, I wasn't. And I legitimately thought that because I gave that guy a comforter last night, I thought the universe rewarded me because I woke up and $100 was added to my McDonald's account. So $100 is like 10 free McDoubles or McChickens, 10 hot and spicy McChickens. You want to know another weird thing that I think the CIA really fucks with you with? I haven't lost anything from my tent. The only thing that's ever been stolen from my tent, and I was gone for about 10 minutes. So the only way that anybody would have gotten in here, there's so many valuable things they could have taken. And the only thing they took was my most precious belonging, which was a red-tailed hawk feather that I found out in the woods, that I went on some random fucking journey. And at the end of the journey, when I was really depressed, there was just a feather that I was using to pack the cigarettes. And then one day, I returned to my tent, and the only thing that was missing was my fucking feather. The universe is now telling me in the back of my mind different women that want to sleep with me, or that would potentially want to date me for a little while, if I so wanted that type of experience. Which is okay. I'll fucking kill you, bitch. They're gone. They scrolled onward. I think we lost likes, didn't we? People are like, God, remember when it was all haters every day? Remember when every single day it was haters? It was 8 hours of me listening to whiny kids bickering. A bunch of smelly Ethans. Is that what we're calling our ops now? Smelly Ethans. And dorky wimps. Little dick losers. Little dick losers. Little dick losers. Little dick losers. Okay, where's my little lighter over here? Oh, it's a skull. Your mother is a whore. Okay, we're gonna get out of here right now. We're gonna get out of this bitch. So this is usually less terrifying, but because I've spoken aloud so much, now it's fucking creepy. Here's the big reveal. Again, think about if you were brave enough to do this. Bam. Now you have to look out here. I usually don't look at all, and I just take off running. Running through the forest in the middle of the night. Running through the forest in the middle of the night. I hear. That's yeah. And then I go, yeah. Get the fuck away from me. Hey, get the fuck away. We're walking this way. We're not gonna talk to any of you. I don't want anything to do with you. We're fucking leaving. And then I slip over here. Whoops. And then I look back, get away from me. I try to say a quick fuck you. Oh God. And then sometimes, I think that aliens are communicating with me. I'm starting to feel it. I see him. It's okay. And then I start to hear him and feel him in the back. The forestlings, the nature spirits, the fairies. Oh God, I hear noises. Okay, we made it. But isn't it weird? Like, I just have this sick feeling. I'm in tune with the universe long enough to know that when there's a constant pressure. See, why is it? I'm here every single night. I'm here every single night for months. I know when something different happens, like a random truck in the middle of the night just being in my area for no reason, that as soon as I'm out here, it leaves. But it was here up until I get here, and then it takes off. That's called a break in the pattern. That's a new instance of something. A notable new event in the sequence. And now that feeling like I'm being watched is gone. I was saying I had a feeling I was being watched because the spirit was giving me that feeling that I might be being watched. And then a random ass truck in the middle of the night that was right over here took off. So you have to check if any of your things have been changed. But I haven't been paying attention that much. I'm tired and I'm cold. Oh yeah, by the way, I spent all my fucking money on this wagon and it fell apart. But it is what it is. So I can't return it. I spent $150 on this fucking wagon. All my birthday money I spent on this wagon, which isn't bad because I like laying on it. It makes my life easier. It's nicer, so more of my time is spent in comfort. This was just on the trail outside so right where I was just running, in the middle of the trail, there was this. It just says path. So I don't know. Okay. So I don't know what I want to do now. It's too fucking cold, mate. It's too bloody cold, mate. Does anyone know what these things are? I see these on sides of buildings. They're usually locked. It's just a random ass locked box with a hole in it. Is it like a mouse trap or something? I don't know, fam. I think I was talking about Khabib or something. Oh yeah, with MMA. When you get to that high level, it's all staged. So it's almost better to live life like this and be like a professional guy that travels around the country just fighting amateurs. Do you hear that? I'd be walking places when I divert from my usual path. So like I don't usually go over here. I usually go on the other side. But I went to go this way, and now my environment starts making noise. That's called psychological torture. And it's because I broke programming. They're trying to put me back in. Look at all these jewels in here. I was just thinking about getting jewels or a loon. I was thinking about spending my money on a loon today. It's all this plywood, but they want this plywood. That's cool. I think, is this a shovel or is it a sled? I don't know, 10 likes and I'm gonna share an infinite McDonald's glitch. Here's Starlink internet. So earlier today, for the first time in a while, I started to kind of take my power. I did a retrieving my power back meditation to try to reverse the spell work the community had done on me. And then all of a sudden I started processing, like immediately I started processing, oh, I remember, because I was thinking in my head, like maybe I was crazy and the police weren't doing what I thought they were doing. So I started to like take my power back from the police in my mind because I felt like they were doing torturous spell work against me for 3 months, every day. And then when I would meditate and try to sing and put my energy back, they would show up and blare the sirens. Sometimes they show up and tap on the sirens, boop, 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 torturing me for months in a way that you can't describe, because the Matrix isn't at a level yet where you can talk about higher dimensions of consciousness and mycelial network energy transference and gang stalking and ritualistic spell work against chosen ones. That seems crazy and schizophrenic, but I was like, maybe I get to this point sometimes where I'm like, maybe that's all crazy and it's not real and it's not true and I'm schizophrenic and need help. So I was like, okay, so I'm just going to take my energy back if it's all placebo. So I started trying, and then a cop barreled in here and then just sat there right next to where I am. And the only difference was that I had made a change in my mind state to retrieve my power from my abusers. And then they showed up immediately. It's not like you have to think about it and then they have to think about it and make a choice. It was like they literally materialized out of nowhere and then showed up. And that happens to me a lot, where it's like I'll meet a set of 15 to 16 characters in this town, and then I get to this breakthrough moment where I feel like nothing's real, and then one of the 15 will show up, and they always have this look in their eyes at me like, are you going to call it out? Are you going to say it? And then when I try to say it, somebody else will show up, and now I have two people that are like trying to coerce me back, and they have these weird smiles on their face like, is he going to say it? Is he going to break? Or is he going to keep maintaining the facade that we're not in like a video game, that we actually have lives in a town and relationships with people? Sort of like how they say Satan is trying to keep you of this world and God is trying to keep you out of this world. So I have a lot of things like that, like really Truman Show shit. Like one time I was just meditating and I was like downloading A Way Out because I was watching like Spiritual Soul, Foster eBay, Von Two Cut, and I had like Enoch the Freestyle Prince and a bunch of just random spiritual people that would talk to phones in their house about spiritual stuff that they were learning in books during quarantine and breakthroughs they were having. So I had like a master class in astrology and spirituality from people in Africa and people in the hood. And I would just sit there and kind of take it all in. And then my world got weird quick. Like I would have a spiritual breakthrough. I'd take a little bit of weed and I'd have a panic attack. And I would sit there out of my mind, trying to figure out what was going on, trying to make music, working with electricity in my body. I was fasting most of the day. I was running 10 miles a day. I was taking all the right supplements. My skin started to glow. So when I look at my skin like this, it would be like it was like diamonds. So my DNA, that's called your DNA was crystallizing. I had DNA crystallization. And I would just get to these breakthroughs where I would escape the holds of my relationships and break out of the matrix into the infinite and connect to my higher self. And like my mom would call I wouldn't tell anybody anything. I'm just sitting in my bed, locked in my house where nobody had bothered me for months. But then I get to this breakthrough and then suddenly my dad's at the door with police and he lied to them to get them to come in because he's mad that I won't talk to him, even though he hadn't spoken to me in 2 years. He was just suddenly got ticked off the same way he did 10 years ago when I had the same breakthrough moment. And then he attacked me again and I fought him to the point he had a heart attack and almost died. I had to fight for my life against him. So he had another one of those breaks, but he couldn't get me physically because I was in a locked building, so he called the police and lied. And the cop illegally broke into my home and then coughed in my face, which resulted in me being sick, which resulted in me missing court, which resulted in this entire journey that stemmed from excessive use of force and trauma from my mother lying and my father lying. It all came back to my parents that were responding to me with a desire and the determination to learn more about spirituality and applying my knowledge. So the trauma, it's a lot worse than that. I've had a lot worse experiences, like just being ripped out of the car and thrown on the ground. Or like someone comes at me to kill me in a laundromat. Or somebody tries to choke me out in a tent in the woods at night. As soon as I get to a certain state of consciousness where I remember who I am and I know thyself, and all it is raising your vibration. It's just holding a higher vibration. That's when the noises start happening. All the distractions of the world. And then usually the strangers will show up. Yeah, I've never had a dream that wasn't a sign. I've never had a dream that was nonsense. All the dreams I had that were nonsense, I unpacked in that day. So I had a bunch of missing pieces that were like, that made no sense. And then during the day, the events that happened during the day gave me keys that unlocked the instances of the dream. It was like I was missing a piece in my mind of the overarching narrative of my life and story and the way the universe works. There was like a key code, a key that needed to open the lock. And then I had a setup experience in my day that the only way for that experience to make sense in my mind with everything else that I've learned, the only way for that to be true, for the experience to go a certain way and for them to say a certain thing at a certain time in a certain way with different colors around me in a different setting, with a different song playing from the loudspeakers, with a certain like number of mileage on my gas tank or my mileage meter or whatever, my odometer, and then that lining up with the date like 12/27, and then it was at like 2 minutes and 27 seconds of the first song of an album that I was listening to. So like all that makes sense except this one part, which was like they diverted in the sentence to go to they took it to a different place in the world song. Like I was living in the world song, and then they played a note that didn't make sense. So I'm like, why did they play that note? And then I took that note and I was like, oh, that note fits perfectly with the dream I had. That was the missing note. And then it completes a chord, and now my mind can play, and it's like I learned a new chord. I learned a new way to use the universe. And that's called like an initiation or a rite of passage. So the year of the snake is when you have like, this is the year of knowledge. The year of the dragon is just where everything's vivid and balanced, and everybody receives their karma for what they did for the last 11 years. And now, or the last 12 years. And then next year is the finale. Of everything that we did the past 12 years. And my father, 12/27 is December. Yeah, that was just an example. Is like 12/27 is the number that came up. If that resonates with some of you guys, I haven't decided to do collective energy readings because I'm worried. I kind of lack boundaries and like self-esteem, and I don't have a stable environment. Which like, if I were to open up the universe and really try to work with it, to like download things from your spirit guides and pick up on your energy to relay a message you need to hear back to you, with all the different stuff that you got going on, like I'm sure you have narcissistic gang stalking relationships, and we're all your different levels of being trapped in the simulation and on like a soul's journey. So I know if I had like a stable place, I thought about reading tarot and learning how to do it to like give you guys stuff, and because I know that the best way to get money is to be of service to people. The only real ways to get money is to take it from other people, take it directly from source. So finding a loophole in the government to just imagine the banks. So imagine money is like this giant river of all the wealth coming from an ocean. And it comes from the ocean through rivers. And when the water turns, so we're walking, imagine this is water. Bam, 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 we're in the river. And then the water doesn't go this way. And the water can't go this way because we have a river what? A river what, guys? A river bank. So that's a bank that's putting the current or the currency down that way. So when you're trying to make a lot of money, you can't be, if you're gonna, this is where I am. I'm broke as fuck. The money's all going this way. If I wanted to get rich, all I have to do is get right here and then put a little cup out. And that's how you make money. That's all it is. When you work in the bank, you have access. When you control this right here, you have access about who's allowed to get into the money and who isn't. And that's literally all it is. It's that this water is it's not gonna stop coming. No diddy. This water is always gonna be here. It's just the bank. Go fuck your mother. What the fuck was that? Yeah, so I like called a date. So I was like, what date should I pick? And then 12/27 showed up. And then I was like, should I pick 12/27? And then my something on the end. You know what's a crazy visual to think about? I don't want to think about it at all, but if you've ever played the game Half-Life, I'm sort of thinking like how would this experience be able to be caretaken in such a way where we can feel it so vividly in our insides and outsides, where it's not like Ready Player One where you put on a suit that when you feel the punches you feel them hit you. It's like we're in an interactive experience where you can feel the shit move in your body. So I was like, how are those nervous signals working in a way that we're able to perceive higher dimensions of consciousness? And I keep getting this disturbing visual of like a spaceship, and up there is like a clone of me, the real me, and he's in like a Darth. The reason that they put Darth Vader in that machine was to plant the idea in our head to get us ready for the Matrix. Right? Did the Matrix come out after Star Wars? Basically, it was planting the idea in our heads of maybe, just maybe, we might be just a GMO torso up in a spaceship in this very intricate machine that has us stuck, and our consciousness is being relayed down to these meat suits when we're born. So I had that idea in passing, just kind of sitting alone, that like maybe that's what's happening. And then I got a meme on my phone from a spiritual group that somebody shared of that exact idea. Someone else had drawn that and said, this is what I think it is. And then it was that picture. And that's what I had just had the thought that it was. And then a couple hours go by and I'm scrolling, and then I see another spiritual post about waking up from the Matrix, and it's the video of Neo in the vat where he has to claw his way out of the machine. And then right now I just got hit just got shocked in the back of my head, and I literally floating above my face, shocking my third eye, which is calcified. Is my favorite movie, which is the Bionicle, the first Bionicle and the second Bionicle, Legends of Metro Nui, where they have to save the kids because the evil Makuta is taking them and putting them into pods like in the Matrix and farming them spiritually for Bitcoin, spiritual Bitcoin. And the scene is so well done in that movie. It really describes how it feels to be an astral projector. When he was astral projecting in the Toa movie, in the Legends of Metro Nui, or Mata Nui, I think. No, I think it's Metro. It's the second one. Don't you miss when movies were good, man? Like, Superman is still... Zack Snyder's movies are still pretty good, but something about the last cycle. So the last year of the cat, year of the dragon, and year of the snake. They dropped the best movies. And then, yeah, for real, then they dropped the best movies was like the Iron Man leading up to the Avengers, the first one. That was the second cycle. And then this cycle, we had what good movies have we had in the past 3 years? Oppenheimer, bruh. Oppenheimer is the best movie of this cycle. I think Casey was one of the best movies of this cycle. I think My Life was one of the best movies of this cycle. Where would the story begin? It'd have to be when I was born. Because, technically you could say the story began in the Abbott block, but it really began God, it's terrifying, bro. When I go through my memories and I see that I only have a handful of memories, like I go back to my past and I go through my past, and to me, because I'm supposedly, I don't know what it's like for you guys. What is it like for you guys to remember things? Like, can you describe at some point what your mind goes through when you remember something? Like, when you observe your memory, what does that look like? Like, what's the mechanism of your consciousness? How do you experience memories when I ask you to remember what you had last week? Because for me, it's like I jump outside of space and time and I look at myself like Interstellar, and then I just jump into that memory like it's a bubble or like a branch of a tree. And then I can view my memory through my own eyes and experience it exactly as I experienced it. But it's sort of like I'm just one of infinite Caseys that are viewing that memory. So it's like I'm swimming, but I'm not swimming. I'm flying, but I'm not flying. I'm sort of moving. And there's just like a horde of me watching the memory at the same time. And then there's the me in that memory. Like the first memory that comes to my mind is I'm fucking a girl. So like I go back and I can see myself having sex with this girl and like looking in her eyes. But then I'm like, that's a pair of glasses from a VR headset. And because I'm not there, I'm just watching myself through my eyes, and we're all floating outside of space and time together. A bunch of different me's viewing that memory. So the body is just like, and then because I wasn't aware, so I wasn't tapped in or tuned into this level of thinking. I'm surrounding myself and I'm like in my own mind, and I can see me kind of controlling my body in real time through the memory. And that's how I can remember what I'm thinking, because I can see it floating around it. And that's me from a different point in time. I'm just not, I wasn't at that point, I wasn't able to recognize that like I always had a thought that the thoughts that were going through my head were not me. Like I always knew that like the things that were speaking to me weren't me. But I didn't really care, because I was always on a mission and I was focused to do different things. Like I was like, I just didn't think about it. Like I knew that my brain was spamming me with thoughts. And I was like, something's going on with that. But I hadn't fully, like I don't think I cared to accept the truth of what that meant until I started smoking weed. And then when I started smoking weed in 2018, that's when I really woke up. And I had insane, terrifying experiences that nobody else shared. And I watched all my friends die inside. So I was sitting in a room full of lively kids that were having the time of their lives exploring, and like I was caretaking animals basically, or I was caretaking children. I felt like an ancient soul that's been around for a long time. And I watched all my friends discover consciousness for the first time. And I was watching through my eyes because I've been in a disassociative state since I was a child. I grew up in isolation, so this body has always been a mech for me. So I was watching them all, and I was high. So I was using the high as like a way to grow more. I was using the serotonin to and attach them to proteins to extend more reach of my network. Just like, being a genius and fucking around in my mind and exploring without any fear or anxiety, because I hadn't been traumatized as much as I have now. That's caused me to become this. Back when I had a six-pack and a line of girlfriends on my phone waiting to meet up at my friend's house. I had like 6 girlfriends. And I was leading all my friends to war every day. I was helping them work out and get better in the gym. I was them a way of life that allowed them to become managers. I was doing more. Everyone that was around loved me, and we were all laughing all day. And if laughing. And I was always making songs and pursuing my passions, and I can feel exactly how it is. I could literally I could play how I was on a violin and before this. And it wasn't the weed. It was homelessness. It was the wrong friends around me. So I didn't have a stable place to live. Because if I had a stable place on my own that wasn't, like if I had smoked weed, got that breakthrough, and I had my own property where I could be alone in a small cabin out in the woods, where the woods couldn't bother me, and I felt safe, and I just created all day, I would be a god. And I still am a god. But you have no idea what I can't describe it to you. It's a golden light, but it's a lot different. It's a lot harder to describe. It's a very valuable spiritual thing. But instead what happened is I started getting better, and then my friends, I was taking the time to learn how to make better things. And my friends had decided to pursue kind of the lower dynamic stuff, like playing ritual games and spell work games, of like taking advantage of each other for ego games and personality stuff and energy battles. Like for the first time, like I was staying with my friend, and like one time, the first time I hung out with him he was 17 and I was 16, and he had dropped out of school already. He had never had a good looking girlfriend in his life. And we'll do it like this. He had never had a good looking girlfriend in his life. He was 17, he had already dropped out. His name's Jordan. And he was living in a motel with his family. They lived in a motel, so they were homeless. And they had a PS4. His sister hadn't showered in years, so she smelled disgusting. And they were all cramped together, and they're all obese. And he only ate McDonald's. And the only people that he knew, his friends, were in the projects, like in the part of the town. And my other friend, Dakota, lived in the center of Moore Court, Moore being that ancient African, Irish, Celtic, African, Moroccan, ancient civilization that is rumored to be the original inhabitants of Georgia before slavery. So they think that the big lie is that there were already dark-skinned people in Georgia, and they just lied and told them they came from Africa so they wouldn't recognize, band together, and take their land back. But he lived in Moore Court. So I had just gotten out of the DCF system. The popular kids wouldn't have me, so I hung out with them. Hung out with Dakota. Eventually, I hung out with Jordan for the first time, and I talked to him for 12 hours, and he would just he was spewing all of these bad systems of belief in the center of town. And I would just, every time he threw something at me, I would kill it, and then I would replace it, basically. Like, he would throw out some shitty belief, and I was like, no, you need to do this. And he was like, I was like, no, you need to do this. And I think he was like sitting and I was standing at the exact center of town in the middle at like 3 a.m, and there was nobody else in town. Everyone was asleep on a weeknight, which is weird because now 10 years, almost like 8 years later, it's after COVID, it's bustling. People are always outside hanging out. But back then it was like people went to bed when they were told to and woke up when they were told to. Things were a lot different. But I talked with him for like 12 hours about helping him, and eventually he wanted to go back to school and get a better life and pursue all this. But he never once ever kind of came at me that I can remember until we started smoking weed and I was living at his house. I got high. That's when I started to get high. And I would sit there, and then that's when my friends I'd get to a more understanding of emotional depth with relationships and a back and forth. And my friends would start to attack me. Like, they would say things to purposefully make me feel afraid. And like how Graham Hancock talks about when he goes to DMT shaman rituals, and there are psychic energy vampires at those rituals that will wait till you get to a certain state of consciousness and will start to steal your soul energy by going into your consciousness and taking it while you're high. I'm not doing it. You can have it, but I'm not trying to fuck with you. Don't freak out. I'm not doing it to you. But that's how it feels. If you felt it for a second, that's how it feels. Except it's really happening, where he's really reaching in. And I had that sober. I was getting to those states of consciousness just by not being held back by fear and just exploring. Literally, as a Sagittarius whose name means brave, I was achieving enlightenment just by fucking around and finding out by myself. Like, you can pretty much get into your system, figure out that you can produce certain chemicals to feel certain things, and that's all a part of your nervous system controlling all the signals
So if you're focused and you're not held back, you can just continuously activate those signals to keep yourself in a constant pump of cycles. A good way that's called like a Horcrux. Like, in order for Voldemort to live forever, he has a certain set of 7 things that embody who he is, so that forever, as long as those things are there, Voldemort exists. That's like, I know who I am because I remember the meaning that's attached to the tattoo. It's a green heart with angel wings. Or like just different things. But my friends started, like, the more I started getting better at being more present to the moment, the more my friends started to try that spiritual attack on me. And it was because literally my spiritual protection was lessening. And then my friends were going more. And then I got to a point where when I passed that in 2020, and I woke up to realizing, oh, they were trying to cement things in my mind so that I felt a certain way about them, because they were trying to act like spiritual banks. They were trying to take some of my currency, my spiritual currency, by trying to get into myself and put a bank so that all my essence. So I had that thought, and then I tried to break past it and tell me why they hadn't spoken to me in years. But then they show up violently trying to get into my home. Where they're at my door, spamming on the buzzer, trying to get in. And the only thing that I can see in my life that was a catalyst for that event was that I had an exact thought about those people, about reversing the spell work they had done against me. You understand? What's up, Midnight Gardener? So, if my friends can do that, who's to say that's not a CIA agent fucking with me because I'm calling them out? Or an AI. Or something on the other end. Something on the other end, the same way that I told you that I'm looking through my eyes from another realm, and that at any moment when I look through my photographic memory, it feels like I can sort of kind of tune into where I am outside of space and time. So like a tree, there's like other versions of Casey and Casey is like a forest of trees, and we all kind of go through the root network to this moment. Who's to say that there's not other things that are on the other end of that camera? What is my plan to change the world? Why? So you can steal it from me? So you can copy me and hold that essence inside of you so that other people can now take it in your relationships, and then my idea grows somewhere else? I just want to I have a TV show in my head I've written an entire movie. I've written 2 movies, and they're just in my head. And now I have a 3rd movie, and a 4th movie, and a 5th movie, and a 6th movie, and a 7th movie, and an 8th movie, and a 9th movie. And those ones aren't fully written, but they're beautiful. It's all about me. So I'm starting to think that you guys are fucking with me. Would you like people to see those movies? When they're made and they're perfect. Or at least they're in a position where they're able to be appreciated. Which means that I guess that means that I've grown to a point where I can appreciate it, and I'm foundationally a larger tree. So maybe I'm 30 when it happens. But I would have preferred. It's basically like because every day I'm telling you stories. This was my way of doing what I was doing back last year. I would sit in my head and make stories over and over and over again until I iterated it to perfection. And I decided that this year I wanted to take that story in real time. So I wanted to take you, because I'm always pursuing the most perfect art form. I'm trying to make the best art that I could make. And this is what I found. I didn't live up to my potential as much as I could have. There was a lot of things I wanted to do and I could have done better. But so every year, listen, every year there's a Vincent that's attacking me. And there's a Gary that I love that wants to hurt me. And that gets represented in different ways. So in 2017, I was dating a girl named Garrett. And her brother's name was Leo. And Leo's best friend's name was Vincent. And all of Garrett's friends wanted her to date Vincent instead of Casey. The first time I met Leo and Vincent, they were in Leo's basement playing a game called A Way Out, where you play as a character, either Leo or Vincent. So Leo and Vincent were playing as Leo and Vincent in a game called A Way Out. And Casey was just in the bottom, still living in his kind of half enlightenment, half not. I was 17 at the time. I hadn't done drugs. I hadn't done, smoked weed ever. I smoked weed twice. I smoked weed twice when I was 14. And I took a girl named Garrett's virginity. And I loved her a lot, but I was red-pilled and based, and I was thinking, okay, if I don't act a certain way, she's going to not be attracted to me. So I didn't get to appreciate her the way that I wanted to, because I was half in a brainwashed state. And it's one of the biggest regrets of my life. And I think about her all the time. I think about her like twice a day. I just relive the memories with the perspective that I have now to enjoy what I had. And that's every songwriter ever, if you haven't noticed. Is that they get to a higher level of bliss in the universe by understanding and perfecting creativity, that they go back and reminisce on what they lost because they weren't aware of what they had. But then I break up with Garrett, and Leo and Vincent are no longer part of my life. And then I hung out with my dad again, who's a Leo named Gary. So there was Leo and Garrett, and then my dad is a Leo named Gary. And I don't know if there was exactly a Vinny or a Vincent at that time, but the point is that it felt like my dad never wants to see me shine. So when I was around my dad and I would start shining, I would sing, I would create something, he would get negative and hostile. So the name Vincent was expressed in this trope of me trying to shine and my father not wanting that to be the case because he was jealous. So he wanted to shine. He wanted to be Vincent with Vincent. He wanted to be with Vincent. Does that make sense? So we had Leo, Gary, Vincent, and then the next cycle we had Gary, who was a Leo that wanted to be Vincent. Then the next cycle, I was dating a girl named Chloe, who I had a dream that she was Cleopatra. And then when I was living in the Abbott block, someone had given me a giant Egyptian goddess statue, and Chloe got me a black cat. And she's a Gemini Leo. So we had Cleo the Leo, Chloe. And that's when I had that psychological break that I took a long time to recover from. because Garrett had left me, and my friend that I was just talking about. This is the moment that I was explaining earlier with my old friend Jordan. That was going to lead up to a point, and then I diverted. Was this point where I crashed my car into the pole, and I had sleep paralysis for months, and it felt like I was drained, and I was like a retard after that. They put me on lithium, and I had sleep paralysis for a month, and then I was a retard for like 2 years. In those retard moments, I like got out, and I called Garrett to try to get back with her, and then she didn't answer, and then Chloe called me, and I had loved Chloe for like 8 years before that, but she always was dating like 3 guys at once, and she didn't sleep with them because she had like trauma as a child that made her not want to go to that level yet. And I knew that, and she wasn't lying, that I know about. But she called me, and we dated, and then then I started going full retard. So she used to bring me in the car to a guy named Vinny's house, and I would sit there thinking about, man, I should have chose Gary, while Cleo, the Gemini Leo, is in the house with Vinny. Then another year goes by, and Chloe, I break up with her, and I move down to Miami for a month. Before I leave, because she was always talking to a guy named Gary. There was like this little simp loser who was like mentally not well, and he was playing the role of the diary. And Chloe's not mentally well either, but she's hot. Which kind of stopped her from being able to use her mind because she was rich and could live in this kind of, people will do anything because I'm pretty. So she didn't really have to. She could be crazy, but she was also a very beautiful storyteller, really a great artist. The way she saw the world and her artistic perspective was very valuable to me. And I made sure to caretake that, because people that are like us, when we leave high school, the world will tell you that you have a psychotic break and fall into schizophrenia. Really what it is that American society allowed you to be delusional until you got to a point where you now had to pick up responsibilities, and then you recognize the places that you were allowed to be soft about and kind of like a dull or dense. So now that you're alone out in the world, you're going to have to grow into those responsibilities. And part of you doesn't. That's called the loss of innocence. You don't want to leave that where you just were. You don't want to go out into the world. That's not of God. It's not spiritual childhood. It's not, you're diverting from enlightenment. So that it feels like you're going into hell. It's scary. So a lot of people have psychotic breaks that are gifted creators, and then they're wrongfully diagnosed as schizophrenic and then given medicine that destroys their ability to create, so that they're, for the rest of their life, almost ruined by a system designed by Freemasons who fully know that they're lying by schizophrenia, when really it's a path to spiritual enlightenment with the cosmos and communicating to otherworldly existing intelligences, to fully know thyself and be here. The Freemasons took that from you, and they used schizophrenia as an excuse. What it really is most likely a challenge in your life that you haven't overcame, and that challenge requires a lot of humility, patience, and a strong mind to not give in to what is probably something else fucking with you. Like the schizophrenics that would, usually on 11 days, that go, and they're usually Sagittarius, that go out and kill people because the voices in their head told them to. If they had realized, okay, there's a voice in my head talking to me, and then maintained the know thyself, where they diverted their attention away from those voices and gave it into knowing what was right and what they wanted to do, and then pursued morality and just character, those things would have gone harder. The environment would probably get more violent because they were trying to force you to act. They were trying to possess you, to control you. But if you believed that it was schizophrenia and you took a pill that destroyed your brain so that you can no longer have access to those things, not only did they rob you of your soul's test as a rite of passage to become a better person, to evolve into a spiritual leader and get closer to enlightenment, to escape the soul trap and graduate from the earth school. So not only did they do that and divert you from your whole life path and your whole plan, they also took you from God by destroying your ability to even associate with that level of consciousness. If they let you believe that you're schizophrenic, you degrade yourself to a point that you waste time of the only life that you have. But there are some people that don't have access to the teachings like this of somebody to tell them that voice in your head is a challenge for you to learn boundaries and to get to know yourself with a stronger mental character, and it's giving you a greater access to creation so that you can learn to overcome those challenges and struggles and then be a force of nature in the world, a force of information, a teacher, a shaman, a leader, a king, because you were being tested. If you thought you were schizophrenic, and so because they don't have those teachings, they don't understand that those impulsive thoughts might be something else. They don't understand that those impulsive thoughts might be they think that they're their own thoughts, or they think that they're something else and they don't care. So they're missing pieces, and that's the missing pieces are called occult information that organizations have purposefully kept from us so that we don't have that information, so that when these things happen, there's a greater chance of more of us acting on those impulses. And that's the chess game between the Matrix and humanity, is that they're always trying to keep us from understanding and embody something that might change in others. You understand me? So for the last 12 years, we've all been building and building and building. And then in the Dragon Year, that's when the world, it's the greatest expression of the balance between everything. So what did Casey do? What's the most Casey thing you guys can think of? Was it getting trapped? Was it getting trapped in a world that's completely against him? And he had to slowly and methodically use all of his brain power to figure out a way out to save everybody? Holding on to his creations of all the people he loves, so that he could hold everything in and make something that would change the world. And then he has it and he's holding it, and then everyone's trying to take it from him everywhere he goes. And what did he do? But he went to the state capital of Vermont, to the Capitol building, and he stood there. And he let the Horde come to him. And they screamed and they fought him and they stole his bike. They smacked his tent. They screamed at him. They trespassed him everywhere they could. Just for existing. I'm just here and I have messy hair. That's all it is. I'm not going to read all that. No, I'm going to do my own thing. So I did all that and I live streamed. And I took you guys on the journey with me. I rode around. I got to see rural Vermont as a first-generation Vermonter. And I grew like a tree from Vivek's cabin and all these places to here. And I didn't go further. I wasted a lot of time. But I spent a lot of time just sitting here all day. But I'm guessing that there must have been some reason that I needed to be here. And that I might still need to be here. I know that I'm like $130 shy of the nearest guitar. There's a guitar for $155 down the street that he'll sell it to me for $155. I might be. It's the holidays, and maybe if I show up with $100 cash, he might take it. But the cool part is that it's a Johnson guitar, and it's a guitar with a golden Celtic knot around the hole that the sound comes from. And then the next town that I'm planning on heading to is called Johnson. And I came to this area 2 years ago to hook up with a girl named Jessie Johnson. I wound up hooking up with another girl named Jessie. Can you guess what her son's name is? It's a Leo named Vinny. And then what else? How was Leo and Vincent represented in this year? I can see it's a faint buzz that I can see the memory trying to show me itself that there was a Gary and a Vinny this year, but it wasn't that important. It was like a one event in my life. It wasn't like a long thing. It was like a one-off episode of this long 365 episode season. Maybe it was like a cop named Leo and he had a dog named Vinny or something. Oh, no. It just happened. Sorry. It was a Tooapree, Tooapree, dropped a video 2 weeks ago of him walking around Miami. And the only characters that he interviewed was a guy named Gary who talks exactly like my father, Gary. And it was a guy named Vincent. And that was the only people he interviewed in the video. That's what it was. I'm on point. There we go. So those are called motifs that support a theme that are embedded in the narrative. And the constant cycling is to allow for another mechanism of this system to reveal itself to me in a way that I can articulate and express to teach aliens how the universe works, maybe. I'm all right. What's my clinical diagnosis? PTSD. And I used to have savant syndrome, but they took it out of the DSM. Do I believe in self-fulfilling prophecy? I don't know. I think that I'm just a node in a tree. I think that I'm a giant tree. I think that I'm a forest. I'm a garden. And I'm the things in the garden. And those things are outside of space and time. And I'm just one tree in a giant Casey mycelial network. And there's billions of me across billions of multiversal realities communicating with billions of you. And I grew to a point that I can be in this position as a 33 life path, born on the 11th, named Casey Francis O'Brien, Sagittarius Aquarius with the Taurus rising, which is the oldest soul possible on Earth, according to the information that I have access to on my cell phone. What's my opinion on change? I think that in our life's journey, we are just the observer on an amusement park ride, and all the change that happens to us because it's perceivable to us how we've changed. It's not exactly us, except for what we're choosing to embody at the present moment. So I've changed a lot. But when I look back, the only thing that really changed was what I've been through and what was important to me. And the style that I used at the time. So the style has changed. The things that I prefer to embody in the moment have changed because of internal and external stimuli. So I haven't necessarily changed. It's just different things that were a part of me I chose to change. But I've always been the thing that's observing the things that have changed. So a part of me has never changed, which makes me feel like I'm a multi-being organism, spiritually and physically. Like we have different things in our guts. We have different organs that respond to the commander, the brain that's getting a signal from somewhere to tell the body to do things. So just like, if I were to if my leg got blown off by a grenade and then I replaced it with a metal leg, is that metal leg me? That's my opinion on change. is that question? Is that metal extension of myself still me? Because if it is, then I believe change is real, and that is a part of us. If not, I think that change is not us. What is us is the acceptance to allow the change to be present in us and to use that current. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. It's hard to describe. If I was an animator, the minute that I get the keys to animate and I can literally show you what it's like to be me, I think the whole world would shut down. I think because I have not seen it yet. I haven't seen any movies or any animations of what I experience on a daily basis. I haven't even seen art of it. But I see. Holy shit. I don't know if I should say it, guys. At 10 likes, I'm going to reveal how to get infinite money from McDonald's. But should I tell you guys about how to actually see aliens? Basically, an entity just communicated to me the accurate way to prove that they exist. Isn't that crazy? W's in the chat. It's those videos of when you see, they're like, I don't know what they're called, but it's, if you've seen alien or ghost hunting videos, there's a camera and then they point out some changes in the electromagnetic frequency, and then you start to see those stick figures where it maps out the shape of beings. Have you seen those videos where it's like there's nothing there, but then all of a sudden there's a stick figure that's moving, and that stick figure is the machine picking up the changes in the electromagnetic spectrum? Did you guys just feel the thing shoot out from my eye right there, of something just bouncing off me at the camera that had a reptile slanted eye like an Archon? Or was that just me? Because I saw it, I felt it. I can't even look at my reflection in the camera right now. But basically, that's how you see them. So those things are always fucking with us. And it seems like the more boundaries I have, and the better I get at fighting them, because I'll sit there for hours trying to fight them. I'll sit there for days or weeks. For some reason, like, it feels like I'm in a chess game. Like, I can't tell you, why are there 40-year-old police officers that are trying to put me in prison? You guys know what I do in a day. I do barely anything. Why are there people that are combing my channel right now, trying to put me in jail? they targeted me and attacked me in the forest. They stalked me. They attacked me by coming up to me and forcing me to be trespassed from a place I had permission to be at, forcing me to move, and then following me around town. And then it ended with them continuously coming here to blare on the sirens just because I'm having a good day. I can't see any reason for why they would do that to me. I don't deserve it. There has to be a spiritual aspect to it. And the tarot readers and the psychics on the internet that help me say it's just jealousy. And it's something much higher than those people that is upset at my potential. And they're trying to ruin it by wasting my time. But it's destined. Which is why they're mad. Which is why my live stream schedule, I changed it. I changed the location of my live stream and I changed the time of day that I live stream for the past 2 days. And the patrol car changed its patrol time just to pass by me slowly. It's they think that they're intimidating me. Or like they're coming back to hurt, psychologically torture me. If it's not spiritual, then they're fucking with who they think is a schizophrenic to make his life worse. If they are spiritual, which is the truth, then it was a spiritual attack. And they don't think that there's divine justice. So that fallacy, I guess, is that called a fallacy or a farce? I wanted to say a farce. That they can believe in spirituality, but they don't believe in accountability, introspection, self-reflection, positive experiences, making positive changes, building positive relationships, doing good in the world, being selfless and empathizing and caring about others. And they go out to attack and hurt others for spiritual means, like Vikings that would go out and rape for their god. I just can't, because it's so simple to me to see that connection, that if this is true, then this is true. That's what makes me think that's more evidence to me that they're not real. Or they're not in control of themselves, and they're not aware, like I wasn't aware in 2017. And that it's not them that's doing it, they're half in and half out. That's the only explanation I could come up with, is that either they're not real, they're not aware, or they're not in control. Or all three. Because I'm telling you that I'll sit here, and then I get to a certain state of mind, like I bring all the power back, I bring all my attention to myself, I go back to my spiritual means. I saw an alien through the reflection in the window. I don't know. That's never happened to me before. That has never happened in my life. So we're approaching, I guess, the 5D, as we're getting closer to the year of the snake. That energy's coming through, that 5D energy, 9D. But for whatever reason, and that's a good example, is saying that I was trying to do something and I was met with an Archon or a reptilian or something. I saw a snake person through the window, and it kind of used me as the observer to kind of use my imagination to break through for a second. And that was right when I was trying to do the power back stuff, to take my power back from these things that I can feel around me. So when you get to that level, it's like, how the fuck do you help anybody else? Because there's 6 of you here. If 4 of you wanted to come here and do a mass meditation and then hold the point and see what happens, you think we'd get drone striked? I mean, they have giant floating ethereal jellyfish that are glowing in the skies across the world right now. Look up red sprites on Google. There are giant floating ethereal jellyfish in the sky. What if Project Bluebeam is a lie? They said they're going to stage an alien invasion. What if they said they're going to stage an alien invasion to make you believe that the aliens aren't real? When there's obvious aliens in the sky and around us at all times, communicating to us through another spiritual bandwidth, just like our phones can connect to a 5G tower. Bipolar, I'm bi winning. That's what the alien just told me, is that my mom wants me to think I'm bipolar, but in fact I'm bi winning, and she's just not cool because she didn't really do any drugs. You heard me? You heard me, 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 you heard me. I didn't have all messages on, did I? I think I only had top messages. Yep. So I think I missed a lot of your comments. My fault. My fault, chat. My fault, chat. W's in chat. If we should attack a stranger in the morning with my claws. We'll maul her on camera. I'll do it. 15 likes and I'll maul a stranger on camera. 15 likes and I'll jump out of the... I'll set up a camera in the forest and then I'll jump out at her with my claws. But I won't touch her because that would be assault. We won't maul her to death. We'll maul her with kindness. Salmon Hammer, that you don't pass the vibe check. Salmon Hammer, the only correct answer was I think you should put nails and go golfing. That was the only acceptable answer, man. Is to go golfing instead. Well, now you're gone forever. So this Biden's got this election situation's really got a lot of old people crazy. So I've been going in group chats, in these town group chats that are like, Trump is insane, I hate Trump, and I'm like, hey, 2 quick Google searches can show you that Trump and Biden did the Freemason handshake. That's the Master Lion Mason. And then Biden did one of these things while Trump was doing one of these things. And they were showing the camera all the different symbols right in front of your face. So very quickly, with 2 Google searches, you can realize that they're 2 wings of the same fucking bird. And it's all a lie to keep you guys complaining and talking shit. Because they filled you up with lead and they brainwashed you and you're struggling to realize because you're old. And you guys are in control of the world that we're living in. So we are not happy with you. You fucking old white pieces of garbage. Is kind of the general consensus I'm doing when I go on. I spend my days going on Facebook group chats and fucking with old people. And they get so mad they try to find my location. They try to have me trespassed from the group chat. They tell the admins of the pages to ban me. And all I'm saying is when they make a crazy post, I throw their crazy stuff back in their face. The problem is there's so many of them. There's so many of them, and they're all white, and they're all wealthy. Their middle-class white people are nuts. Middle-class white people are the devil. It's very easy to topple their governments by just being a general challenger, and then they expose themselves, and then I embody the way, the truth, the life, and then they go insane. So I'm talking to people in Facebook group chats. There was like 600 people rallying behind some woman on Facebook talking shit about Vermont and the junkie problem. And like telling stories about how bad it is downtown and how it needs to be a change and how we all need to get together and advocate for what we want to see a change in. And then I said, until you find a way that isn't violence or segregation, you deserve no sympathy. And I guarantee you these junkies that you're talking shit about have endured way more than what you have. and that there's a much simpler solution in empathy and communication and respect to people that you don't understand how they're living, but hold them to the same expectations as you. It's obvious these people are on a drug manufactured by the CIA to destroy their mind, and you are violently attacking them because their mind is destroyed, because they can't operate the same as you. Stop trying to punch down on people that are in a pit of suffering begging for help. And stop trying to segregate them anywhere but in your view, in your way. To me, it seems like you guys have a leftover culture that's popping back out that was nipped in the bud when they did civil rights. It is now coming back because it's found an excuse to grow again. The way to solve the homelessness problem is, if you're not homeless, to shut the fuck up. And then you ask the homeless, how do we fix this? You get to know what their life is like. Maybe you follow one. What's a day in the life? Then you just identify the problems that they're having as they go, and then come up with a solution. That's what I did. You think I'm crazy? Like, you think I went through this life and I didn't think about it? You notice how my hair is looking more and more like the Egyptian pharaoh? I'm looking more and more like an Egyptian pharaoh now. Whereas my hair, sometimes my hair is like an afro, sometimes my hair is like the Russian hats, sometimes my hair is like a cobra, sometimes my hair is like an eagle flare with its wings in the back. Sometimes my hair is like a octopus, sometimes my hair is like a tree. Tonight it's like a pharaoh. Sometimes my hair is a bird's nest. But basically, I could go down there and solve the homelessness crisis, but how many of you are willing to donate? So, like, there's nothing I can do. I'm not financially capable of doing it the way that it should be done, which is I have somebody with a camera, and I have a microphone, and I have access to an editor. So, I mean, I have an editor. I don't have any money for it. I have songs. I don't have money for a guitar. I don't have a safe place to go. I have fileable lawsuits, but I don't have the money to pay for the docket to bring them to court. I have all these designs for clothes, but I have no way to make them. And that's another, just like the Garys and the Vincents and the Leos, another big, huge point of Casey's life is that he will get everything that he needs. He will get all the information he has access to do insanely legendary things that will change the world. But the only way for him to get out of the pit of suffering trapped is to ask for help. And then the people that Casey asks for help have been nothing but pedophiles and abusers. That's my life. It's like I create a song that the world has never seen. But the only way that I can make it is if I get to a studio. The studio has to be able to not have any energy vampires around. The studio needs to be at a certain location for me to be able to channel the energy right. I need to feel safe and feel challenged enough that I can live in the present moment enough to embody the music the way that it needs to be. Then I need access to all the plugins that are extremely expensive. Then I need access to all the different camera equipment. And it needs to happen 6 months ago because I'm getting older. So I don't look the same, and the world is not the same. So I'm always having a limited time. So I reach out and I try to get help, and then I'm met with pedophiles and abusers and energy vampires and spiritual attacks and gang stalking narcissists and people that want to stop at nothing to destroy the song that I have. And a lot of people that want to take it for themselves. Okay, I got to past 10 likes, so here's an infinite McDonald's glitch, guys. Are you ready? We hit 15 likes of me being vulnerable and sharing my experience. The good stuff that people find spiritually appetizing. You go to so you download the McDonald's app. When you get the McDonald's app, you get a code on your phone that you can go to the kiosk and put your code in. You put the code in and you don't buy anything. So the code is now on your app, registered to that kiosk. Then the guy behind you, hopefully it's a guy with a big family, it's going to get a lot of food. Hopefully it's like a tourist passing through. They're going to have a big dinner with their family. He comes in to use your kiosk with your code on it. He spends like $20, $30. You just got 300 points. Every 1,500 points is a sandwich. Right? And it was as soon as I started, it was completely reflected by a greater sense, like I was coming from my heart space. I was getting closer to coming from the heart space. Got flooded with likes. I was getting closer to really connecting with the audience, and they were responding well to that positive feeling that I was sharing. I was getting what I was sharing was this beautiful light that I was saying people wanted to take, and they were subconsciously picking up on the light and the story, the character, the energy. No, I mean like I see life as a song. If I want to make the song happen, it's got to be at a certain age. Because I need to look a certain way. Because it's part of my life. Yes, yeah, I'm feeling a bigger connection to people right now. That's why I don't like to do it, but that's what makes streaming pretty difficult. Like the only way Kai Cenat, KC3, was able to do it was he stuck himself in a room and did nothing but live stream. It's hard, man. What was I saying? Yeah, the only way is to ask for help, and then I have access to nobody. And then the last job that I got was a Leo named Brian that told me he was related to Queen Elizabeth. So he's related to Brian Boru, like my last name. Then it was a Irish dancer named Jenna and a old Aries named Sam. And there was a cop from Bronx named JP. And there was the manager's name was Heather. No, it wasn't. I don't know her name. But she looked like another person named Heather that was a manager at a motel. And then there was another manager named Brandon. And there was a guy playing the guitar that sounded like my art. And then there was an autistic kid that sat in the back in the gift shop. And his name was Mason. And then in the last year of the Dragon, so 12 years ago, I was with a Brian, a Sam, a Jenna, a Brandon, at the exact same time of the month in the year of the cat in the winter. So it was the same exact people that embodied the same exact character, the same exact energy being expressed, but completely different people in completely different bodies with completely different lives. The only thing that tied them together was that it was in the same state, technically the same left side of Vermont. But other than that, the only thing keeping them together that would have any real association was that I was observing them in the same elemental year of the Vietnamese zodiac. Soundwave, I see Bigfoot like 3 times a year. I saw Bigfoot 4 times this year. When you live out in the woods, there's a threshold where you have spiritual initiations to be able to embody another level of the universe, and you throw out the societal matrix to kind of subscribe to that way of existing, and it's terrifying, and you have to accept a lot of terrifying truths about reality, and then they reveal themselves, and they usually really only come in to help you because they're a higher dimensional being. My fault. There's been a phenomenon where people are often seeing the number 50. I see 56. I see 69. I see 609. I see 619. I see 56. And I see 3, and I see 33. And that's pretty much it. How was that McDonald's glitch? You just go sit in a McDonald's. Most McDonald's will give you, they don't publicize it, but most McDonald's their policy is to give you free refills if you're hanging out in the McDonald's. You just buy yourself a couple sandwiches for $5. Then you just keep going to the kiosk and putting your code in. And then the next person that comes through buys things and you get their points. So by the luck of the draw, I was lucky that the person after me spent $100. It was so I don't know what that twitch on my finger was, something else beaming in like a little birdie telling me something that was closer to like a higher light. So I don't know if that's the truth or not, but for whatever reason, it was showing me that I think that somehow I woke up this morning and somebody had used my code on my app and bought $100 worth of food. He bought like 30 different items. They were each like, so he must have paid, it must have been like a large family or like a school. So I woke up and now I have like 1,300 points, which is almost 10 free sandwiches. And it was because I left the restaurant code on the kiosk. I put my number in for the kiosk. And then I didn't buy anything. I already went to terrifying truth. Lucid, my family now alone. BF came to me. Yeah, so there's a guy named Sean Clem Shadow Productions. And he's an indigenous content creator that he basically shares his, as an indigenous person, shares his experiences and his teachings. So he has like a community where they kind of get together and share their experiences with each other. So maybe if I feel like it at some point, I can do like a go live together, or a Discord call live where I'm live streaming and I give people the opportunity to hop into the Discord and you can share your experiences already. I don't give a fuck about your native contact, brother. I'm saying that if you, in the future, if you want to share your experience in a way that will be edited into a video, that will reach an audience, if you don't already have one in the future, I'm fucking with you. It's not, don't be mad. I'm not saying like fuck off. I'm saying like if you're like, look at me, I've already got a native guy. You don't have to tell me you're native guy. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you to go find a native teacher to tell you about Bigfoot. I'm saying that in the future, if you want to tell us your terrifying story about how you lost your family, I'll have a Discord at some point. And I lost my family too, but I lost my family to jealousy. I can't. I have my phone is cracked, so I can't really read the chat. What are your thoughts on political violence, assassination attempts? I think it's all a TV show that's staged, and there's a divine consciousness acting out. But that specifically, those things are a certain type of other race of type of reptilians that live outside in another dimension, basically. So an alien invasion is just revealing how they're controlling us. So how they did it, the first assassin was in a BlackRock video as an actor. The second assassin was in a Gideon video as a stranger outside of Harvard College. Gideon went to Harvard to troll people in college for a video, to just like terrorize old people for content. And Gideon went there, and then the Trump killer, the guy that tried to shoot Trump at the golf course, just walked up to Gideon and started talking to Gideon. And then walked away. So basically when you asked me that question, I saw a bunch of lizard people controlling that guy like a marionette to puppet him in front of the Gideon video to set the stage for him to try to assassinate Trump, because they're all chess pieces, including Gideon, chess pieces of what's controlling the Masons. So Gideon wasn't a Mason at the time. At that point in 2022, he wasn't fully a Mason. He was still, look at all his wealth and success. But now his last video, he just went out and did the Freemason handshake. So he's a part of them now. But they knew that they were going to do that with him before. So they had Gideon meet for all these kids to see the Trump shooter, because they were both being controlled to go there at that point in time. It's just another instance of a higher, or just another level of intelligence operating in the world. The same way when I'm sharing this, I'm getting so cold I have to go back to my heater. When I talk about reptilians, which are cold-blooded things that need heat to live, and now it's getting so cold around me that I have to go back to my charger. Soundwave. Do you know I speak truth? I don't know you speak truth, but I assume that you're speaking the truth. Because I think that people that live like you're talking about have so much going on, it's pretty hard to lie. But I wasted all my phone charge on this live stream.
I'm being called to make a GoFundMe. If you guys think I should make a GoFundMe, I'll just make a GoFundMe and I'll edit it to what I'm doing and what the things will go towards, so I can try to divert traffic, like make a community post like every 4 days or something with like a progress and a goal. It's just a fundraiser to allow me to do more and to make my art and to make merch and to get things off the ground so that I'm not stuck in this loop, because I have to ask for help to get out of my situation, and the only help that's accessible to me is not what I need. And I'm very cold. My body is sort of shutting down. Fuck. Okay. So now I'm getting under the blanket with the heater. And now because I fucking broke the heater and I was bummed because I thought that I fucked up my only heater. And then I found the screw and I screwed the screw into the button that makes it register that it's on a flat surface, which actually helped me more in the long run. So I was very mad and very upset for a while that I broke my heater. And then I found something that made it even better. So there we go, it all works out. At 2:22:02 I said that. GoFundMe, I haven't made a GoFundMe, but I'm afraid to not be humble. I'm afraid if I get money, I'll lose myself. So I never ask, except for what I'm doing. Like, I want a protection dog. I want MMA classes. I want a guitar. I want a better camera. I want a computer that I can run Unreal Engine and a digital audio workstation and have plugins to be able to make art. And then I want a safe place like an RV or a van, a tool set, and then eventually a small piece of land. And then basically I have a way to save everybody. And we don't have a lot of time to do it. So it's basically like the people that don't want to help will die. They don't, it sucks, but it's what it is. That's dope. I had a lot of spiritual experiences, and I was alone, and I had nobody, and the things got so overwhelming that I needed an outlet, and I didn't have any way to get what I needed in terms of like my creative ability. So I kept a YouTube channel as a way. I was just fucking around when I would get inspired to make things, and that grew into this because then I needed I was violently getting attacked by police, and I needed an outlet. I needed a way to record them in case. So I got my subscribers up so that I could live stream in case something happened to me, because I was living out very far into the sticks and the police were targeting me and harassing me, and they had already violated my rights twice, and I had already had to fight somebody I thought to the death. They had made it seem like he had died, and they were kind of like, the people around town were treating me very poorly. So I just started after that I was able to live stream, so I just decided to take people on journeys, and it gave me a sense of comfort when I started having these insane spiritual experiences. And I've been doing this for like 10 years. traveling alone. So I just decided to have this be a major part of my life this year and make a change. Like Smosh, there's somebody in Smosh that watches, and it made me feel really good to see that episode about that they put me in. I think it was Damien. I think Damien from Smosh watched my channel, and he pitched because I really wanted to be in Smosh, but I have obvious mental health issues. It's Bit City Straight Guys Are Back. And then there was another episode. I'll have to find it, but I did post it on my channel. About Casey with a green phone that's communicating with them through the ether. And that was right after I had a dream that I met Smosh. And they tried to get me to join a satanic sex cult. And I said, no, I don't want to join the evil Hollywood industry. And then they posted two videos about Casey and what did I want to be but a dating coach for 10 years. I wanted to teach autistic kids dating skills. And then how did I get represented to the world? Through a character in Smosh that taught people how to be straight. And then all the people's names were different motifs of the themes of my life. Like Sagittarius and Hunter. And my ex-girlfriend's name, her last name is Hull. And she had a cat named Theo. And then Damien played Theo Hull. And he's a Sagittarius. And then my favorite tarot reader's name is Ian. And he's a Sagittarius. And then Ian Hecox is a Sagittarius. And then I told you guys about Todd. That Todd is a recurring name in my life. Shane picked his character to be. So all the characters had like really big, meaningful names in my life. And they shared energies that I created or I valued that I wanted to share with the world. Yeah, I know. But his name is Damien Haas, and Sagittarius is the gateway between the underworld and the overworld. So he's a Sagittarius named Damien Haas, which means that his style would be like dark humor. So he has his style is dark humor. You could tell by his name as a child that he would grow up to embody that energy in expression to the world. And then Shane is a Virgo from Arizona, from a wealthy white family that became a Disney kid. So Shane shines with a sort of old wisdom and sensitivity in a way that's kind of white and uppity, preppy. And Shane is a therapist. He's a licensed therapist that takes care. He's like he kind of helps out everybody in the office. So I used to eat McDonald's and I would just watch Smosh every night for 2 years. And then I was always making content about Irish people back then, talking about how Irish people were very important in life and how cool it is to be Irish and how great Irish people were, and that they were enslaved too for longer than anybody else has. And they were the reason that people are tall, because the Irish people were the tallest people in the world before the Vikings. that Irish people have had the English's boot over their head for 1,000 years, and that's why their foreheads are so big, because they evolved to consciously create, to escape the English traps. And they became crackers because they made jokes all day. And they were the pirates, they were the giants that showed up in people's folklore, because they would, to escape England, they would become pirates, and then they would mutiny against the Templars and the Skull and Bone Society, and they would take the boats down to Jamaica to escape, or to the indigenous people, or to Africa, or to Persia, which became Iraq. And all those white giants were actually the Irish. But everyone's like, no, they were aliens. No, they were Irish. That were part alien, most likely. No, I'm referencing Damien Hodge, unless you're talking about. I just told you, man. Bit City, Straight Guys Are Back. And then there was another one. And there's tons of different stuff like that. Like, I'm tired, man. But Casey, Kurt Cass, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper, Kurt Cobain, Kai Cenat, KC3, the Kansas City Chiefs, all blew up in Casey O'Brien's Year of the Water Cat. Because he's a fire cat. But then I was in my element Year of the Water Cat in 2023. And they all blew up just like they were branches of the KC tree, the acacia tree. And they were all different aspects of things that I created. Every year of my life, there was a different journey that I went on where I wanted to be a different person and do different things. And I always wanted to share it with the world, and I was met with violence and beat down and forced into horrible situations and circumstances where I felt like I lost myself. And then in the Year of the Water Cat, when I'm supposed to be in my power, and if I was supposed to get worldly fame and worldly recognition, they said it was supposed to happen on my Year of the Water Cat. Just the Year of the Cat, but it was a Water Cat year. So all these different people they expressed what I wanted the world to see. So I got the best of both worlds because I didn't have to suffer in the Illuminati. I didn't have to join the Diddy sex cult and be raped like Justin Bieber. I didn't have to go into porn and then be stuck in a contract where I'm possessed by a demon. I didn't have to do any of that, but I got to experience the good parts of all of that. And I got to experience it all at once in 2023, while I got to live an amazing life simply as a kid suffering through in Celtic war zone where there are crackheads with hatchets and I have to save kids and topple industries that are like the systems, like the justice system, and different youth organizations that were part of a network of pedophiles, and tons of different police that targeted me and attacked me. So it was still me against the world, but I did it in such a storybook, beautiful way, while also getting what I wanted for the past 12 years with trying to show the world the best parts of myself. But it came through other people, like Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper, Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz. And then I wanted my group, the KCC, to win in a way the whole world would see. And I was on my way to burn down a business that stole my car from me and forced me to suffer in the winter and I almost died. I was going to go burn them down because I thought that was going to save the community. The same way Luigi Mangione killed the CEO. I was going to topple a rich family that owns Burlington by burning down their buildings in the center of town. And then on the way, I'm passing a church somewhere deep in these back roads, and there's only that church for miles. And then my car tire flies off my car, and I skid into the side of the road. And then a stranger shows up at the church named Harland, and he helps me get my car tire back on. I try to go back up the road, and the car tire falls off again. So we put it back on, and then I'm just in the parking lot in the winter, so I sat in the church, and then the KCC won the Super Bowl while I was in the church. The Kansas City Chiefs, which is the Native American Casey with the arrowhead, and I'm a Sagittarius, the archer. It's all for me, at least right now it is. And I'm a part of a tree in a forest. I'm a part of the ocean. I'm the wildfire. And I'm a homeless king. I'm living like a king. And I'm treated like a king. But I don't live in a castle. I live in a tent out in the forest. And occasionally people try to kill me. But I still create things. And I shift the energy of the whole planet. Or at least the American entertainment industry. And I come from a legendary bloodline. So legendary that they named my dad Gary the Legend O'Brien. And that was his earned name. That's just me, man. I'm at 13%. I'm gonna end the live. Just anything you want is possible. Go out and do it. I don't expect me. It's all good. Everyone's got a story. It's just you can uncover it if you study the motifs of your life and just the overarching patterns that keep recurring to get a good grasp or handle on the narrative of your life and the direction you're going, and then overcoming your suffering and persevering, trying new things, taking risks to find out what you like and don't like, learning boundaries and more states of control, just going further down the road with individuation and getting to know thyself, and then become a conscious co-creator of your reality. And you realize that not only are you, but you were the God that you were talking to. And just like you can imagine yourself sitting where you are, laying where you are, like you can imagine yourself sitting outside of your room watching yourself. Who's to say that you're not just imagining yourself at a grander level? So it's like my mom, the symbolism of it is that as soon as I was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck, and my mom was killing me, and I had to be taken from her and taken north. And I was flown in a helicopter at midday. The first moments of my life were flying with the sun directly above my head. And I'm a Celtic firehawk, Sagittarius, fire cat. And my north node is in Leo. So I was flying, curled up in a ball, in an incubation chamber, in a helicopter, with the sun directly above me, in the sky. And that's the first moment of my life, because my mother was trying to kill me with the umbilical cord. And So then 12 years later, I was taken by the DCF. Actually, no, it was when I was 14. But really, it was when I was 13. It was the first real time. So it was the year of the snake again. And then the cycle ended, and then the year of the horse, I was officially taken from her. And guess who I met in the year of the horse? I met an entire Irish family that had one of every zodiac. And I met them in the year of the horse, in the exact day that it transferred from the year of the snake to the year of the horse. And guess what their last name is, guys? Kehoe. And what does Kehoe mean in Irish? Horse. In the year of the horse, I met an entire family of 12, one of every zodiac, and their Sagittarius was born on the 11th like me, named Jenna. And they're all horse, and I met them in the year of the horse. So that's high level information. I don't expect anybody to drop anything in my Cash App, but I'm trying to get a guitar. I have a wagon now. I have enough for another month of cell service. I'm preparing to leave and go somewhere else. I'm usually extremely depressed and cold, but I'm making it through, and I'm making progress in life. I'm changing for the better. And things that used to terrify me or be horrible, and I hated every minute of, are now my favorite things to do. And the things that I'm most proud of doing. So I have all these legendary schemes that I could do that I really want to do. It requires help. And it requires trust. And I've never really had anybody that I could trust to help. But I'm 25, guys. I'm 25. So I have to start doing something. Like I know people that already are running wildlife conservation centers. And they're already doing they're flying in wingsuits across mountain ranges. I can't just sit here. I don't use it. I have it, but I haven't adjusted the scope. I'm waiting. If I get a job somewhere, I was going to buy a night vision scope for it. You're depressed. I don't know, having no responsibilities and then sleeping and giving the opportunity where I'm not constrained. So I knew if I was in an apartment, even if it was Section 8, if I was in an apartment or if I was out in the woods far enough in a place where I was safe, but also close to town, but also I knew nobody was ever going to bother me, and I could sleep as long as I want, and I could wake up whenever I wanted, that cured my depression very quickly, and all my bandwidth that was spent feeling trapped and suffering was able to divert to things like bettering my life and enjoying the moment. The only way to really help me, man, I'm trying to, is if you can draw, like if you have a skill that might be that you like or a passion in life, eventually the Discord will be a way for you to work together to make that happen better. But I don't want it to be like a bunch of crazy people bickering or like talking to shit to each other and like drama and like because they're taking it too seriously. I want it to be like you go in and say, and this is what I manifested when I was 17, by the way. Sort of like this is what, like a boot camp for dreamers, where you say, "This is what I'm doing. This is where I'm going. This is how I'm going to make it happen." And then everybody else is talking about what they're doing. And then if you have kind of suggestions that might be able to enhance your experience, and then if you have like a trickle down of money from that to support, but I feel like the universe would provide other means. And that's what I'm doing. Like I'm going this place that way. Hopefully it could be like a garden to allow for better energies to grow to the people that deserve it. So I'm going to have like an extensive vetting process. For right now, I'm just trying to get a guitar. The tent's fine. This blanket's fine. I got the wagon. I don't have a tool set. So that's the next thing is like there's a $60 fucking Ryobi nice tool set. Maybe it's Ryobi, maybe it's something else. But that's a skill saw. That's a sawzall. It's a drill. It's an industrial flashlight. It's a battery charger and a couple batteries. They're selling for $60. I have $60, but I also might not have phone service. I won't have phone service if I spend it on that. So I have to find out when my phone service renews. Then I could build tons of wagon shelters, and I could sell those wagon shelters. I could sell pallet wagons. Then I could have skills where I could go up to people's houses and say like, "Hey, I noticed this could use work. I have the tools. What do you give me?" Then I could spend that on an axe and do firewood if I wanted to, and I could go out people's houses and cut their firewood and stack it if I wanted to. That's one road that I can go down. Another way is like if I have a guitar, I want to make songs, and I have tons of albums that could use a guitar. Then I also I need access to like a storage unit that's 45. I want to be homeless. I can't stand people that have houses. I'd rather suffer. I think it's better. I think it's better to have, I think people that have nothing versus people that have everything. People have everything recognize that there's something that people that nothing have that they don't. So no matter how smart or rich you are, if you're a kind-hearted person, they show more respect to the people that have nothing, as long as the people that have nothing aren't like pieces of shit. There's beauty in the suffering. There's beauty in humility. There's beauty in owning nothing and living off the land. There's a greater connection to the forest and to God or the universe. That if I had an apartment, if I had a place to hide in a locked room with electricity, I would not have the life I have now. I might be more conscious and I would be able to articulate myself differently, and I would be privileged to be able to create different things because I would have the foundation of a perceived safe place. I think I can choose. I have the choice, and I choose to if I can. Like, people are saying I'm going to be global. People are saying I'm going to be Andrew Tate level. But they're all talking about satanic, evil Mason rituals. And I don't want anything to do with that. So I'd rather not. If in order to be worldly famous, I had to do these satanic rituals. But the scary part is, the more my channel grows, the closer that's going to be to a confrontation that I think I've already had with whatever those things are, because it's not just made up. It's not just out of nowhere. They're not making this shit up. Like reptilian shapeshifters in a draconic matrix. That didn't just come from nothing. And then to have all these... You think that they just go to dinner and they're like, how are we going to fuck with them today? Let's do the handshake. Just to really make them go crazy. Just to make the schizophrenics crazy. No. It's a demonic sex cult. So I'm scared, man, but I love my music. I want to make the songs to the best of my ability. I want to make TV shows and share them. I want to get in the ring and fight people. I want to get on a motorcycle and I want to have amazing sex with beautiful women. I want to have... But I want it to be in a way where I'm blessed. Not rewarded for doing satanic stuff. Do I own Thing Music? How other bands got famous? How others made money? No, I don't have any copyright for my songs, which I've realized I'm probably gonna need. But it's just art for me. It's not really like... Like, I'm not like the big dog shit that I posted on the community tab, where I'm like running with people, and it's a movement. It's just like, these are like my paintings. I can't help how my mind thinks, and my mind wants to make things happen. And it comes up with really good ideas that I'm not seeing anywhere else. So I'm kind of boycotting it. I don't know, not boycotting, what's the coveting? Holding it? Purposefully not sharing it. But so I don't know how to do it. I know I see it like branches of a tree, or like trails I need to pave, or the trails in the forest I need to rake with the leaves. Rake the leaves. Is that to get to where I need to go, I need to start raking this way, and then I can go up to that trail, and then there's more things I can go after there. And then I can, when I need to go to sleep or rest, I just go back to Vivek's shack. Then I wake up in the morning and then I carve more trails. One of those trails needs like a storage unit, an outlet, a 3D printer, a whiteboard, a projector screen, the live stream stuff. like a nice computer with a camera and a mic. One avenue needs an RV with a big TV and a nice heater and a safe place that I can sleep. And then maybe a dog or a cat or something. And then land I can rest on in the sun. And I can lay down in. That would be the best thing possible. And then a guitar and a tool set and a wagon, capo tuner, better phone camera and microphone, and then leather jacket and a pair of boots. And then one would be a better camera that ties in with the computer, that ties in with the guitar and with the coat and the clothes. And then I can start to film a TV show or film a movie. Then a live stream backpack to be able to go live on Twitch with the internet well to get the full recording better so that I could better represent what I'm seeing. And then I could go live in real time and go to real events. And I could fuck with people where we could ride through people's lives and you guys could be there with me where there's like shit going on in like a town 40 miles. So you know when the cavalry shows up, King Casey's gonna be there. And I'll shut the shit down, throw a party, make shit go crazy. And we're not gonna allow, now that I've been through the gauntlet so much, I know exactly that certain types of people I don't want there. So they will not be allowed. The only problem is as soon as I set the stage, there's gonna be copycats. Speaking of cats and dogs, there's gonna be bitches that copycat us. So then it will be a war again. The thing that I think will be fun will now be a competition. Because it's always how it is, I guess. So then I get to have more and more levels about what can Casey do. And then I return home from that hero's journey in my mind. And realize that's why I appreciate just doing my own stuff, right? That's how I see the value in doing simple things like this, is because I realize it just fucking sucks. In my head, I see like watching Conor McGregor in MMA fights is that I'd love to do it and I'd love to see myself be the guy on the screen. But I also understand that just imagining myself doing it is pretty much just as good as doing it. Because it's all for God anyway. I don't know. But I'm gonna... I guess I don't need to. At 2:59, fight painfully. Fight painful. Yeah, but I like fighting. There's pretty much nothing I don't like except what other people do to me. Like I could prick my finger with a needle every day. And as long as I'm the one doing it, I could probably find a way to enjoy it. But when other people do things to me, I hate it. I'm getting an offer in the spiritual realm. Maybe. There's a kangaroo that's checking his watch. And then the watch turned into a diamond and gold watch. And then the kangaroo gave me the watch. So through the kangaroo I received a watch. And that was something else, ancestors, angels, aliens, showing me that an opportunity to make a lot of money with making content. And it was a kangaroo, and I was hearing DaBaby, let's go. So if you there's a YouTube channel that is centered around a kangaroo named DaBaby, and he just makes content recording the kangaroo, and he's made a lot of money from it. He's got millions of subscribers, and all he did was get a wildlife conservation license and then adopt a baby kangaroo in Texas. And he just recorded the kangaroo just walking around being a kangaroo, and he's made probably $1 million, probably a couple million. And all he does is rescue animals all day, which is one aspect of the life that I want. That's one branch of my tree, is I want wildlife conservation. You've been to Australia, and it was me and Dad talk about it. You're talking about Australia. I've been talking about Australia too. I wanted to go down there, and I wanted to ride a horse. From what it looks like, the people that stay in their home state and stay in their hometown and they get a job, they stay short, they stay wimpy, they stay babied, their mind gets dull, they become losers, they become pudgy losers. But the people that travel and experience more from life, they get taller, they stay muscular year-round with very little effort. Their mind is like insanely heightenedly aware and very intelligent. They're funny. The sex is way better. And they go do lots of things. And their life is a lot more vivid and adventurous. Like, I just have this feeling that the only way I'm going to be able to grow into an adult is if I continue to expand. I'm not going to get the most out of life because I won't be introducing myself to things that could allow me to grow in different ways. Yeah, I don't know how they get money. I think it's just that their mind is open more from living a better life, that they're able to capitalize off better experiences and make better relationships with people that allow for money to enter their life easier. I don't think they're necessarily coming from rich families. I think they just spend less time focusing on stupid shit. They're using their mind for good things. They're healthy people. So the universe rewards them with the ability to make money. Like, I think about a lot people in the city. Like when Kai Cenat was 19, he had $9,000 in his bank account. And he was homeless in a U-Haul. When I was 19, I had $0 in my bank account and I was homeless in a shelter. Then Kai Cenat started live streaming and making content in college. I was taken into an industry school and they put me on drugs and they introduced me to the MK Ultra handlers, and I started speaking in tongues against my will, and I ran away from the school, and then my life got so overwhelming until I tried to commit suicide by driving my car 90 miles an hour into a telephone pole because I didn't recognize that my own thoughts weren't my own. And now Kai Cenat is living next to Diddy. And I don't know if you guys have realized, but Kai Cenat looks identical to Diddy. Kai Cenat's never mentioned his father ever in his life. But he looks identical to Diddy, and he lives next door to Diddy. His name's Luigi. Luigi is Mario's brother, who is green. Like my logo is Green Heart Sound. Who did Luigi shoot? Wasn't it Brian Thompson? My grandfather is Tom O'Brien. I think it's just motifs in my story that embody a different energy of my mind. And my name means vigilant, omnipresent, aware of everything. And in quantum mechanics, you need to have an observer in order for it to be real. Which is why my life is just laying down like this. I'm not gonna tell you my fucking mother's name. But it is symbolic. And I hate her. I wish she would die. Just so that I could stop feeling the attacks. She only comes into my life to hurt me. And she knows that. She's been the leading cause of every problem my life has had. Every single problem I've ever had in my life, I can trace back to somewhere along the way, my mother did me wrong. She was the catalyst. She's like a constant pump of garbage, always attacking me or trying to steal my power from me. Her name's Victoria. Yes. That was the whole point, Soundwave. Spiritual name? I don't know. I don't know what do you mean spiritual name? What you mean, fam? What the hell? There's an ambulance going by. It was going left to right, which means it's a warning about something they're going to try to do against me. Oh, the spiritual aspect of it? So my mom being my constant op, trying to kill me since I was born. trying to get in the way, and she's an Aquarius, which deals with the narrative. So she's always trying to get in the way of my victory. She's always trying, and the closer I get to winning in life, the more brutally she lies, slanders, weaponizes police and mental health workers, tries to ostracize my family from me, tries to publicly slander my name in the community, will do anything she can to gaslight me into believing that there's something wrong with me. In the past, she has put me on medication that disrupted my hormone production for the rest of my life. I had a bad diet, which caused me to have bad hormone function. And she advocated to force me to be on thyroid meds, that now I will not be able to produce hormones and chemicals without that medicine for the rest of my life. So that's a trap that I was forced to be into. Now my life, she's caused me a permanent problem for the rest of my life. And she thinks that she's a psychologist, and she thinks that she's like one with the police and can use them at her whim, and she will lie to the police to almost have me, there's a good chance I could have been killed. She told them I was violent and had weapons. There's a good chance I could have died. The police could have just shot me. If I had anything other than my car battery, like if my hands weren't full, the police did not do their job right. There was a good chance they were going to kill me. Because she lied to them. Because I was making a hit song, and then I felt my cat try to give me toxic plasmosis. So cats have a parasite called toxoplasmosis that gets into your brain, and it makes you worship the cats. Like in ancient Egypt. Cats, when they rub their face on your face, they're not giving you kisses. They're infecting you with a parasite that controls your brain. So you worship the cat, and it has power over you. The cat will start to control you. Coincidentally, kangaroos are so allergic to it they die. If a cat goes near a kangaroo, the kangaroo has to kill it, because that parasite, when it gets into the kangaroo's brain, it kills it. The cats are so fucking smart, they have a disease that makes you worship it. They have a symbiotic parasite living in the cats called toxoplasmosis. And if you have a cat, you have it. Which makes you susceptible to possession. Which is why you have to fast. Yeah, the greatest soldiers will suffer the most. Yeah, but my mom has a name. My grandma married a guy whose last name is, it's another word for a cop. And her real name is, a Scandinavian name, like a Viking name, that actually, it's like Richardson, but it's not Richardson. Like, my grandfather's name is Richard, and he married my grandmother. So he's not technically my mother's father. But what's really cool is that my mother's last name means Richardson, descendant of Richard. So just for more evidence about divine timing and the universe's play and how they all the characters represent. A big aspect of my mom's life was that my grandfather was not my mom's real father, and that she wanted to meet her real father. But it was destined to be that way, because her last name is Richardson. And she became the daughter of Richard by marriage. She wasn't meant to have that other guy as a father, whatever his name was. So I don't know that grandfather's story. I don't know his bloodline. I don't know where he comes from. That's a traditionally Viking name. So I'd assume that he was either from Ireland or from somewhere else. From Scandinavia, like a Viking somewhere. But my mom has Irish features. And my grandmother is a Paul from the same place that Jake and Logan Paul's grandmother is from. So they're probably closely related. So I'm probably like their cousin twice removed. Or something like that. I don't know what the right terminology is. But if there's a congregation of a certain last name in a certain small area, they're probably related at some point. But yeah, so the symbolism is that my mom is a gang-stalking narcissist Aquarius, an obsessive, dramatic Cancer moon. It's always trying to assert that she knows more than everybody else, with a Scorpio rising. And she's always trying to take all the emotions from everybody and steal it, covet it, and then try to control them. Like she uses the Aquarius Cancer as like a vacuum. So how that's represented is that she would get up and start screaming and crying in the middle of the room. She'd go to the middle of the room and she'd start pacing in circles, screaming and crying, sucking up all the everything. And I'd have to fight to hold myself into my body because she was attacking me spiritually, emotionally abusing me. And then she would call the police and she would lie to protect herself. She wouldn't really lie, but she would still call the police and I'd have to deal with the cops since I was like 6. I've been dealing with police. And her last name that isn't Richardson, which she changed it to when Grandpa married Grandma, is another word for a cop. And she's always been this catalytic. She's the one that calls the police and lies about my diet. She tells people I'm schizophrenic. I'm not schizophrenic. But she uses that to try to gain sympathy from them and then manipulates them to come attack me, knowing that I have trauma with police. So she will weaponize police against me from her Section 8 home to try to harm me psychologically, to gaslight me into believing that she has power so that she can maintain her victim complex and live in her delusional state where she can continue to pump out the drama of her life and just cycle it in a narrative with another Aquarius where they just bicker and bitch at each other, gossiping all day about anything and anything. And then she will try to, like the Aquarius Cancer, the vacuum, she'll try to suck up all the money she can from Grandpa. Fucking cunt. And she only comes back into my life as a distraction. And whether it was a demon possessing her or not, the only real time, like a lot of times I can see when I'm learning and I'm looking into, there's a kangaroo jumping at me again in my mind. There's another kangaroo jumping at me. When I'm trying to think, there's a kangaroo in the way right now. Hold up. Oh yeah, when I'm thinking about, or when I'm looking up different tactics that people are talking about, like I talk to like spiritual mediums, and I talk to tarot readers and people that have spent like a decade of their life learning about this stuff, because there's like thousands of testimonies on all these different channels about people that are going through the exact same thing. So I take it all in and I think about what's happening, and I look at the different tactics that it seems like there's a systematic attack against a certain type of people, like gang stalking, like the experiences that people are having, like different tarot readers are the exact experiences that I'm having, where there are strangers that follow them places, and there are cars that will follow them places over and over and over again, and there are random neighbors that move in that do the same things that they did to me to them. Just weird stuff. Like my red-tailed hawk feather going missing. My most valuable, happy, prized possession. And only that. Or police following me deep into the forest to attack me on an 11 day. To violently attack me for $7.99 from a retail store. When they had my phone number, but instead chose to violently attack me. Almost breaking my wrist. And then making up charges to try to extort money from me. And then trying to keep me in a state of fear for 3 months. Where if I started to feel happy, they would show up to try to scare me again. To try to keep me feeling weak. To try to dominate me. My dad's a Leo Libra. But I say this all the time, bro. I don't know how long have you been watching? When did you find my content, brother? It's cold. My dad's a Leo Libra 3 life path, born on the 10th. So he's fire, air. Sorry, I'm gonna calm down. He's a Leo, so fire, in the heart chakra. Libra, the balance. I don't know what part of the body Libra runs. But that's Venus and the sun and Venus. Leo Libra, fire, air, and he's born on the 10th, and he's a 3 life path. I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius, so fire, air, but that's Jupiter, and is it Neptune or is it Uranus? Uranus, who runs Aquarius. But that deals with the same. Leo Libra is the more balanced heart space, the expressive force, whereas a Sagittarius is like this velocity, full flying, momentum based, constant changing, whereas Leo Libra is stagnant. Sagittarius is constantly moving and dealing with this high energy. And I'm born on the 11th. He's born on the 10th. I'm born on the 11th. He's a 3 life path. I'm a 33 life path. His name is Gary, 4 letters. My name is Casey, 5 letters. I have 1 more letter in my name. I'm born on the day after him, and I'm a 33, and he's a 3. But he's August, so the 8th month. The balance, the 8, and I'm the 12th month, which adds up to 3, which is the creative. So that 8 in it already has that karmic sign and that balance. in numerology. So that adds to the Libra. And I'm born on the map, so I'm like a traveling, exponentially grander, ancient version of my dad's simplicity. So my dad lived a more simple, balanced version of what I'm doing. And I'm sort of took his teaching as his son, and I'm like blowing it out of proportion to insanely beautiful levels across the world. Without my father, and living on the mountain with my father as a child, I wouldn't appreciate anything else about life. And my dad's name means a mighty spear. Exalted, which means on a hill, glowing with a bright authority. So our last name basically means like a shining king of the hill. And my dad left New York and moved to a mountain and lived on a mountain as a ski instructor his whole life, except for 10 years in Hawaii. And I started on that mountain, and I've been going everywhere else. But I always find myself exalted, like the name means, where I'm outside, placed with a high position of authority, managing lots of different. But where he's a mighty spear and he spent his life skiing down the mountain. I'm a tree. My name means a tree. That's an omnipresent, always paying attention tree. And his name means a mighty spear. And there's so much more I could go into about how there's a literal town 40 miles from here where all the street names are named after my family members. And the only street names that aren't named after my family members in this one little area where my uncle happens to live is named after Irish gods. And that my family lives in a apartment complex named after the Irish god of fire. And that my mom and my dad grew up exactly 11 miles from each other. And they both got married at around the same time, and they both got divorced around the same time. And then they met up randomly far away from where they both grew up. And now they're never that far, they're never too far away. They're always like within an hour from each other, no matter what. And even if they never talk. When I tire myself out, I turn into an ancient dragon that's breathing fire at the camera. Because they have done lots of ritual spell work and consistent years of trauma against my psychology, where they kind of trying to keep me in this handled space. And if I break the programming, they start to attack me with loud noises, aggressive, angry, violent strangers that follow me, recurring characters that come into my life to lull me to sleep, electronic harassment through artificial intelligence in the 5G, where I get spammed by a direct energy weapon that fills me with invasive thoughts of suicide. When I know I'm not suicidal, but suddenly there's a voice in my head screaming, I want to kill myself, I want to kill myself. When I'm trying to think about a song that I want to make, or I'm like getting better at creating, baking my clothes in my head, and I can't sit down to read because homeless people sprint at me and try to hurt me in my tent or try to rob me. Like as soon as I open a book or I start to write in my notebook, it's like the cops, creeps, cunts, crows, crackheads. I can't, by the time I wake up in the morning, I have literally I have less than 3 seconds before there's a crow right above my tent screaming at me, trying to suck all the life out and eat what I just created in my dream, where they're literally spiritually getting in and eating me, and I can feel them because I just woke up from the dream. The same way that Diddy would put the children on the table, give them drugs, and they would spiritually eat their essence by infusing it into the food. The crows do the same thing to me every morning. Whether you believe it or not, guarantee my sex life will be better than yours, and I believe all these things. So who's laughing now? Bitch. Not you. whoever it's for, it's for. So I don't know when people are gonna show up. It's Friday. It's 5 o'clock. What's my charge at? It's at 23%. I have to wait until like 6 o'clock to be able to use this charger. So I'm gonna sleep. So you guys can see my breakdown process. So now that I have this wagon, it's nighttime, or it's morning, and people are coming. I have to pack all my shit up. What sucks is that I can't focus very well. Every time I get close to having an Adderall, my environment gets angry. Like when I break away from the code and I start to like live in radical action, where I feel happy and excited for my day and I'm taking chances, it's like the people around me get so negative and violent. So most of 2022, I was very excited and actively making a change in my life. I was meeting with primary care physicians. I was traveling. And I was getting pulled over by cops, and they wouldn't say anything to me, and they would rip my car door open, throw me on the ground and search me, put their knee on the back of my neck, and then just leave. It was like I'd try to talk to a primary care physician, and they scream at, like somebody shows up and starts screaming at me, like Karen's having episodes. And all I'm doing is just like, I'm on the phone and having a meeting trying to get on medication that I think will help me. Because every time I have an Adderall, all my problems go away. I'm laughing, I'm having fun, I'm excited for the future. And that's the case for like 30 minutes. And then I'm in this like, I definitely will go manic for like 48 hours because I'm so focused that I'm excited to make progress in my life. So I will stay up for like 3 days. If I have one Adderall, sometimes I'll stay up for 2 days straight, just researching different methods. Like the last time I took an Adderall was with a veteran, and he runs a drone business where he makes a lot of money with a fleet of drones, but his drone broke. And he also smokes crack. And because of his crack addiction, he lost, like he was worth like $3 million. And he lost it all. And now he lives in a nice condo, but he's broke as fuck because he spent all his money because he lost his mind during COVID. So now at one point last year, or this year, I was on Adderall, on the phone with a guy named Mark that's worth over like $200 million. And this guy, Gene, wouldn't let me speak to him. And he was like asking him for money to help his drone business. And then once we had the drone business up and running, then he would let me talk to Mark about the music and different stuff. So I should have asserted myself. I knew that there was probably a better chance that Mark would have liked me rather than this guy Gene who's on drugs. But I didn't, because back then it was cold. I was homeless and traumatized and didn't know what to say or do, and I had all these different instances in my life where if I said or did the wrong thing, I would be forced to go back out onto the street and lose everything. But eventually Gene whipped his dick out and tried to fuck me. He started jerking off in front of me while his wife was asleep. And then I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. He's a veteran. He could kill me. He had his assault rifle right next to him. He had an assault rifle right next to him in a house that he owned where he could lie and make up anything. So there was just like a long pause, and then he sighed, and then he opened up Omegle and started talking to girls and jerking off. So I was like, can I just take a shower? He was like, do whatever you want, man. And then when I got out of the shower, he was playing the song that I showed him when I sang. He knows how to play piano. So I was playing my music and singing with him. When I got out of the shower, he was on Chatterbait, where there was tons of people in the live stream. And there was a girl that was touching herself. And he paid for a half hour with her and a bunch of other people sang my song, and he wanted me to sing to everybody because he really believed in my music. And he thought I was really talented, even though he's a fucked up guy. That's just one of those instances, I could have made a lot of money if I sacrificed whatever you call sacrificing. So instead I he had a drone that went missing in a river. So in the middle of winter, last winter, I walked around in the freezing cold until I really probably damaged my nervous system, trying to find this $5,000 drone, thinking that it would be the catalyst that I would use to make a lot of money. And then I just drove until my car broke down in Randolph. That's literally how I got to Randolph. Was escape. I wound up in Pittsford after that, before Randolph. And then someone helped fix my car for free. A guy that was not a pedo. And was he was a much better guy, a much better role model, but it took 6 or 7 other horrible people that came into my life before I met that one good guy named Andrew. But I was too that I had been through. I didn't know how to communicate at all. I couldn't speak. I was afraid to speak. So I was walking around quiet, and I emotionally not trying not to set off any emotional sirens. And he just thought I was weird. And eventually he felt disrespected because me trying to act like an adult and trying to communicate to him he felt disrespected by something I did, the way that I shook his hand and the way that I didn't talk to him, but then my demeanor changed because I was trying to act like I saw my father act, to be professional. So I think he kind of fucked up my car fucked up, and I came back even though he said don't come back, and he fixed my car again, but it only made it another 60 miles before it broke down again. And that was in Randolph. And then I stayed in the car. The veterans attacked me in the car by posturing around me and getting all their buddies together in uniform to just stand around me, psychologically tormenting me as a spiritual energy battle. And then I started modding Discord group chats from that car or Telegram group chats. See, look at how fucked up this is. Fuck off. Look at this. Okay. There's that. How am I supposed to carry all of my shit 100 miles when it's gonna fall off every 20 feet? And I spent $160 on this. Because I thought this would be the answer to all my problems. Because look, I can finally take all my stuff and go up the rail trail. And the people that attacked me for no reason finally be away from the people that attacked me for no reason. Like they do everywhere that I go, everywhere, for my entire life. I'll finally, if I just keep going, eventually I'll find the right place. And it will be different. So I can just make the things that I like to make. I can just create. Somewhere along the way, the Trail of Tears will stop, or they'll kill me. Which is my channel motto, right? We go until we die. So I just get up. Other people that live my life are so depressed they can't move, like the guy we met last night. The only way he can live is by giving himself so many drugs he can't function and then passing out in the snow. And I guarantee you, I've probably been through worse. And I'm out here every single day making progress. So if you guys think that I have a mental disability, what the fuck is your excuse? There are so many people on my channel that say that I have problems. Yet I don't think that they could do what I do in a day. I don't think they could do anything close to what I do, especially in social interactions. Okay. So I'm not going to go get a coffee. I want to, but instead, let's do the outro, guys. My New Year's resolution, I'll think about it and I'll write it down and I'll remind me next time I go live if you pop in. And also have yours ready because I want to know yours. And I will hold you accountable. So, okay, here we are. We're out here in the forest, everybody. There's a wagon. It's called Groundwork, which is funny because that's what the homeless shelter is called. Groundworks. I have this tarp right here. I have this big bar. I have this. I don't have the tool to take this bolt out, or else I have access to 4 wheels. I have two big fence posts. I have 6 pallets. I have a gas can. I have a tent. I have 7 tarps, I think. 4 insulation board pallets. A yoga mat. 1 blanket. Or one blanket. 1 throw blanket. 1 intermittent cold sleeping bag, which is like 30 degrees. 2 very thin sleeping bags. A winter coat. 2 pairs of pants, a hoodie, a Mr. Buddy heater with a 1/4 propane left. I have this tote, and then I have another tote that is a lid for this up the way. I have a hammer. I have a sledgehammer. I have like a really, really dull axe. I have a really, really bad piece of shit like handsaw. I have like $60 in food stamps and $60 Cash App. I have broken snowshoes that will only work if I duct tape this pair of boots to it. and make duct tape slips for it. And then I just have like a couple leftover boards. And like that's a broken tent. Remember when I slept in this tent and I didn't have the reason that I stole that $7.99 propane tank, and they're like, "Oh my God, he admits he stole it. We got him." Now their judge is gonna send him to jail. And the judge was like, "Did he pay for it?" And they're like, "Nope, because the cops forced him to trespass." But whatever. I also have sandpaper that I was gonna use for the wheels. But now that I have this, I might, if I build a wagon, I might use these for the axles. And then if I had a tool set, I'd use the drill with a drill bit to drill into these and then screw in the pallets over these, and this would be the frame. So the frame and the axles. And then I'd take apart the wheelbarrow up the road, and then I would attach the wheelbarrow with one wheel to the end of this as a secondary caravan, so I could have another place to put my stuff that I could carry like a rickshaw, or I could attach it to my back with a harness, and then I could just walk the next 100 miles with all my stuff. So that's where I'm at. It really sucks to go to lay down and go to bed and then see that this was like, it's draining, but it is what it is. But remember when I asked God for a red and black bike, and then I walked down the street and this was just lying on the street? And all my albums have the S on it. Sundance Storm, Saudade, Sudicere, Semper Fi, Sanctuary. And then I have a separate classic album full of my old-timey music that I made this year. Like the Wild East, Ain't Life Sweet, Big Old Dragon, or B.O.D., Big Old Dick. Because it's after that. There's a famous TikTok of a 1930 song that says, "I got nipples on my titties, big as my thumb. I got something between my legs that can make a dead man come." It's like an old 1930s blues song. So I made a song like that. I got me this big old dick I drag across the parking lot, trying to get my Ben and Jerry's come back and put some YouTube on. Tell me how come every time I'm in that bitch, they all want me to stop and submit just like a dog. I think those guys down on TikTok are right. They're all a bunch of bots. Well, I got me this big old... I won't go into the rest. I have railroad songs. I made a lot of songs walking on the railroad, singing the blues. Trying to escape Pride and Prejudice from the white people. What would be my favorite song from that list? Probably Ain't Life Sweet. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. I miss my house. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here. And I can go back anytime that I feel sad. I miss your smile, the way you laugh. I miss your eyes. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause you moved on, but in my heart, you're laying with me. You're all gone. I'm still around, wandering anywhere but my hometown. I'm scared to see what built on what burns down. You're all here in my memories. I keep like an old 8-track of classic CDs. I play as I lay back and fall. I'm on a hill next to a tree, staring out at the bittersweet, the ghosts of you and what I couldn't do, a symphony. And then in the song, it will be me walking away from the camera. So like, I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my house, what we had, the days that sad. But I'm not gonna be out there in the dark. Let's get it. Did I pass the interview? Motherfucker. Joomies. Oh, it's frozen. It's frozen, guys. What's my charge at? 16? Okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you for watching. This has been Casey Francis O'Brien out here in the Wild East on the most epic journey on the internet. Thrown all of my insides out like spaghetti for the world to feast upon, and now I feel drained and must retreat back into my man cave, my bear den. If you like the content and you want to show support, like, comment, and subscribe to help the algorithm. Smash that like button. Shoot your local and United Care Healthcare CEO and leave them as an offering for crows and Cernanos. Dude, I'll wig it out the wicked whip, say, whoa, Lord knows how many miles that I drove for my soldiers in the cold New England snow. And we're used to being broke. Month-old roaches keeping heat from kitchen stoves just to find a way to raise above our woes. I took all their finds and I folded them into a rose. I built a castle out of victories to keep out all the moments that I froze. So you'll never see me sat around saying, so it goes. What's a big house if you're never there? What's a good life if you're not aware? I used to try and fix your problems, now I couldn't really care. Last summer was great, I did it all. It's a shame that you ain't made it. There's a party at the lake if you can make it. You can pull up, find a way to break away from all your walls. No matter how big you get, it won't matter in the end. So just stay above depression, spend some time with all your friends. And when you're tired, want to jump back into bed, just enjoy the fall. The fall. The fall. If you can't find a way to just sit and feel alright, let's drive until we forget how to tell the time. If we get amnesia and get stuck in the days and get stuck in our ways when the sun comes up, that's fine. I'm just grateful that I had you in my life. It's alright. It's alright. I can feel the anticipation building from a mile away. I can't wait to pull up to your place and see the smile on your face. I'm turning down your road. The only thing between us are these windows. I feel the energy burning as you're rushing down the stairs. Take a second just to stop. Check your hair in the mirror and then you're out the door. Oh, Lord. It's the most beautiful girl in the world. Wait until I feel your touch. It reminds me about love. Don't wait a second, hurry up. When I'm with you, I feel the sun. It's alright. With my hand on your thigh, cells intertwine, colors light up the night like the 4th of July. Everything's alright when it's just you and I. Passenger side at the park and ride. You by my side, colors light up the night like the 4th of July. fucking ride! If you can't find a way to just sit and feel alright, let's drive until we forget how to tell the time. If we get amnesia and get stuck in the days and get stuck in our ways when the sun comes up, that's fine. I'm just grateful that I had you in my life. It's alright. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only do me wrong, so you're just another line of song, and I'm just another name on your phone. Every time you turn me down, I turn to ghosts. I was never one for doing what I'm told, so it's time you better go. You can't stop the fire. I thought you were the one. But that was back before your mind turned to a dragon and your heart turned into fragments. Every time we talk, it turns into a battle that only ever ends in sadness. Maybe it's time that you re-believed in magic, cleaned that dust out of your attic, went out and took a fucking walk. I've got so much going on, I never have the time to talk, let alone deal with self-made, petty, parasitic, narcissistic. Hit me up when you've broken down that wall and you're ready for it all. One day all the stars outside are gonna supernova. When your life falls apart, don't ever say I never warned you. I thought you were the one, but you only do me wrong, so you're just another line in a song, and I'm just another name on your phone. I was never one for doing what I'm told. Every time you turn me down, I turn to ghost, so it's time you better go. You can't stop the fire. We take over in the night when we riot. You can't stop the fire. We burn alive. Shooting stars falling from the sky symphonize our hearts and our minds, and we're flying towards the light. You can't stop the fire. It's in our rights. Life is a circle. Fill me up with pain. Put me in the grave. I guarantee I'll rise again. I was born a saint, but I turned into a soldier. There's people talking shit. I was born a saint, but I turned into a fighter. Fire in my eyes. I don't know how I'm alive. It must be the luck of the Irish. Somehow I find a way to keep them all inspired. Take it all higher. Fire in our hearts, lightning in our minds. We take over in the night, and we're flying towards the sky and the light. Let's stay bright till we're burned. Burn. So cool. So cool and so pretty. In my head, you're in my bed, waiting for the day I wake up scared. You'll tell me it's okay, I'll take you anywhere. I know you hate me, we made mistakes. But if we can just escape somewhere away from all the pain, maybe the memories we make will fill up all the holes we made. But you're gone and that's okay. I'll fold your blanket up and leave it in my safe place. I know they hate me. They think I'm crazy. But they don't understand just what it takes to be out here every single day, isolated and afraid The angels keep me sane when I'm alone and I'm in danger somewhere way out there in nature. Don't worry about me, girl, it's okay. I'm outside singing in the rain without a safe place. I knew I was destined for the limelight. I get high and fight back when the time's right. There's no way they could take away my mind sight. Cause I came up off Legos and a light bright. I could knock out just like a Mike Tice. I said I'll knock a bitch out like a Mike Vick. And I got about 449 kids bumping my shit. Get the fuck off my dick before I cancel y'all like Christmas. I've been on the front lines for a minute, psychologically killing these bitches. All of my women invested in fitness. I run a business investing in the holy mission and building a kingdom off the grid with no emissions. From Maine out to Oahu, Colorado, I've been told y'all I could go the distance. I don't give a fuck about the who's who. All you haters mad just because she wouldn't choose you. I'm atop a mountain shooting lightning like I'm Zeus. I tell your pastor what to do. I just designed a stage for crickets, chickens, kale, and spinach, soldier in a coop. Solar in a coop. What are you stupid? Deep in the night, the winds blow cold, and in a heartbeat, the fear takes hold. Deep in the storm, there's a place that's soft and still, where the road waits to be taken if you only will. Those voices inside you that lead you so astray. Believe in what you dream, or turn away, don't you turn. There's a bunch of zombie voices that eat the choir before that previous verse. That's called Winter Forest. And then after that is Salvation. The nights were cold, days were broken and full of pain. I was staring at the lake with no emotion in my face, and I looked up and I prayed and I flew out of the cage. I thought that I was dead and gone. It turns out I was brave. This the type of feeling when you look into the mirror and you say, I'm gonna get it somehow or some way. I'm sick and tired of the way that we've been living. I'm gonna really be the difference. Then you go outside and everyone's insane. I'm to go to when you take the first step away in faith and you want to show the world a better way. I was born a saint. This feel like all of the love I gave when I fought my way to heaven with my people through depression in the trenches with a smile on our face. So from now until the end of days, you can find me swerving out in every lane. Swerving past eternal damnation. On my way to salvation. And I've got like 400 other songs, but I'm sure they're going to call the police. But I'm not afraid. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control, and now they own you. But when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack, and that I'm messed up in the head and I need meds because I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all make money by eliminating frowns, and I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud. But when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. Well, when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where those spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone. 'Cause the world they built by beating others only did them wrong, 'cause no one taught them how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian scow when I take their little girls on a ride around town. And they have to bitch to God because the nurse don't care to hear them cry about it. 'cause she's on TikTok showing off her butt. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah. And before he meets his grave and the Lord takes him away, I hope the final breath he takes is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry with $500 from his estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for 'em, 'cause without 'em I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. Well, I hear voices in my head. It gets worse when I get out of bed. And I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be and let me smoke my cigarette. 'Cause deep inside I'd rather be dead. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a mind afraid of itself. 'Cause the cops gave me trauma and those ate the rest. And I don't know how to be human again. I don't know how to be human again. So don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. Well, all these voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best. And you'll all come back, you want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. Now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. I miss my house. Cowboys don't like beds. I got a whole lot of nothing ahead. So when the morning comes, I'll carve a heart on that old headboard, lay your weary head to rest. You can run your hand along when you feel stressed, and remember how I had a handle on you with the morning dew and every passing scent of cigarettes. You were my wildflower, roaming free. I had to leave and let you grow without me. You'll be with the rivers and the trees, butterflies with broken wings. And I'll be chasing freedom down boulevards of broken dreams. One day I'll be bigger than you think. And I'll come back here and run my hands along you every summer evening, roaming through. I'm a nomad looking for a war to win. And you're my greener pastures. Last sight I'll hold on to. Seconds before disaster, you were my night sky. When I look up asking God, why you ain't here when the sun comes up, and I still have to get on up and hunt for another love. And we'll play around until we pass out with you and the truth between us. You were my wildflower. I had to leave and let you grow. Now we can't get a handle on you, you're out of control. And the world will have to deal, these green mountains fate is sealed. 'Cause now your color's everywhere, you cover every field, and I'll pass out in fields of you. Lay my head down on your roots, wrap my hand around your grooves, every summer evening, roaming through. Unmarked graves around the house I built, that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. And I know you're dead and gone. Your story got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my songs about times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most to broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save you all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will right my wrongs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. I got a tattoo of a raccoon, ain't that cool? It reminds me of times before you broke my heart and went back to school. Shut me out because I'm not cool. Now those demons torture you. I think God got a sense of humor. You locked me out and you left me cold. Thought you were hot shit, now you're getting old. Soon you'll be 6 feet below. I think God got a sense of humor. And I know you're dead and gone. Your story got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my songs about times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most. The broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save you all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will right my wrongs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. And I know that you're out there searching for a different point of view. But I know if you leave, you'll all just want to come back soon. And I'm tired of holding you up, so there's meets to do. And everything's brand new. So don't move. Don't move. If I stayed up the whole night fighting, trying to get control of my mind, I'd probably wake up and fly and find some way to live outside of time. But when the morning comes and the sun and the clouds roll by and the strangers arrive, I'd probably just seem like a crazier guy. I can't stand to hide, but I can't spend all my days trying to change what's become a society one at a time. And the people I save choose. But making a hit is like riding a bike, even when cold and alone outside. When I'm in the music, it feels alright. I swear it reminds me of you sometimes. I think they want control of my mind. Every time that I think that I'm great or I think of escape, somebody starts twitching and falls behind. But that's alright. I'm immune to mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and lice. First time, just after high school, I talked to the alien, sit at the party, and talk about codes I deciphered. Mystical runes, alien dollhouse, the Irish meanings of the Hollywood signs. And I laughed to myself, seeing your bio has your astrological signs. And when my phone rings, I hit decline. Sit by the lake, take a breath, and head back to the woods with a raccoon at my side. I am somewhere far, far away. You won't know when I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. I had a dream last night. I was the last giant, and I had to survive off eating Siberian tigers and biting the heads off of Vikings. And as I laid down, the universe opened. The aliens came down and taught me to rise. I feel like I'm still somewhere out there, one of those weird dots we see in the sky. A night, a song of fire and ice. Chicken burritos with garlic, chili pepper, cumin, and thyme, or a lonely night and fireflies. But you chose to be with inferior guys. And I'm a bum outside that could never be like these interior guys. I can't wait for the day they wake up and realize they were trying to emulate me the whole time. I am somewhere far, far away. You'll all smile and laugh as I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. I went down that road on my own, and I sent that shit as fast as it could go. Picked all of my people up and took them straight to heaven just to let them down so they could learn to grow. Then I went back and I broke through, argued with the Lord, and came back with a song. So don't ever underestimate what sits inside my heart. Stay the fuck out of my park. I beat down all the demons and I came out made of gold. The pressure made a diamond, man. I wish that I could show you, but you'd probably try to take it for your own. So I gotta let you go. They're not grateful till it's over. They won't love you till you're dead and gone. I'd rather die broke and alone than to sell my soul. So tell my family I ain't coming home. And if they won't open up to love, they're on their own. They won't open up to love, they're on their own. Those are bits and pieces of 5 different albums. I have 10. At least.